Welcome to Don't Give a Puck by Vixa Vaughn. This audiobook has it all, babe. It's going to keep you on the edge of your seat till it's done. But the real spicy bits aren't on here. You gotta go to Vixa's store to get the full unabridged version. Use code VIXA30 to take 30% off, though.
And now let's dive right in.
Chapter 1. Tyree. Sitting on my favorite park bench, I sketch swirls in the dirt with the tip of my shoe. The sun drips lazily through the branches, casting playful shadows that dance on the ground. In my mind, though, I'm not in Springdale, Oregon. I'm in a bustling city where adventure lurks around every corner. Ugh, what a cliché, I mutter to myself. The chirping birds pull me back to reality. A squirrel scurries by, clutching an acorn as if it's the most precious thing in the world. My phone buzzes, reminding me of my Saturday afternoon plans. Grocery shopping? Exciting, I say, rolling my eyes. At least I have a lunch date with Brody after. I smile at the thought of my overprotective older brother. I stand up and stretch, glancing around the park. A couple walks by, hand in hand, lost in their own world. I head down the path, ready to get my day started. Once at the grocery store, I grab a cart and start wandering the aisles, each mundane item on my list feeling like another nail in the coffin of excitement. Lettuce, check. Milk, check. I zone out as I shop, completely unaware of my surroundings. Paper or plastic? The cashier's voice snaps me back to reality. Paper? I reply with a smile that feels too big for such an ordinary question. Back at my apartment, I put away groceries while humming a tune. Despite the messy appearance of my fridge, I know exactly where everything is. When I'm done, I grab my bag and head out to meet Brody for lunch at our usual small cafe. The scent of freshly baked bread wafts through the air as I push open the door, the bell jingling above me. I spot Brody at a corner table, his broad shoulders taking up more than his fair share of space. He's already halfway through a cup of coffee, eyes scanning the menu, even though he always orders the same thing. "Hey, little sis," he greets me, flashing that familiar smile. "Hey, Brody." I slide into the chair opposite him. "How's life treating you?" "Busy as usual. You know how it is," he shrugs, setting down his menu. "How are you holding up?" I shrug, fiddling with a sugar packet. "Same old." Brody leans in, his expression turning serious. "Actually, Tyree, I wanted to talk to you about something." "Oh?" I raise an eyebrow. He takes a deep breath. "You've been looking for a change, right? Something different from Springdale's usual routine?" "Yeah." I nod slowly. "Why?" "So, how would you feel about working for Maverick?" His eyes lock onto mine, gauging my reaction. "Maverick? As in Maverick Camden? Your best friend from high school? The professional hockey player?" My heart does a little flip at the mention of his name. "The one and only," Brody grins. "He needs a personal assistant. Someone organized and detail-oriented." "And you think that's me?" My voice wavers between excitement and nervousness. "Absolutely," Brody says firmly. "You're perfect for it. Plus, it'll be a chance for you to get out of this small town and experience something new." I bite my lip, thoughts racing. The idea of working for Maverick is thrilling, yet daunting. Memories of my childhood crush on him flood back, those intense blue eyes and confident swagger that always left me flustered. But what if I mess it up? What if he thinks I'm not good enough? I voice my fears aloud. "Tyree," Brody's tone softens, but remains steady. "You're capable of more than you realize, and Maverick's not some untouchable star. He's still just a guy who needs help managing his life." I take a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. "When would I start?" "As soon as you're ready," Brody replies with a reassuring smile. I look down at my hands, contemplating the opportunity before me. It's a chance to step out of my comfort zone and maybe, just maybe, find the adventure I've been yearning for. I'll think about it, I finally say, looking up at Brody. That's my girl, he grins, raising his coffee cup in a mock toast. As we dive into our lunch orders and casual conversation, I find myself struggling to concentrate on our usual back and forth. What if this is the opportunity I've been daydreaming about? I've always loved Seattle, and small towns aren't really where dreams come true, unless you're in a cheesy Christmas movie. Brody's foot nudges me under the table, and I look up to see him smirking at me. Let's go for a walk around the park, like old times, he suggests, standing up and grabbing his jacket. I nod, finishing the last sip of my iced tea before joining him. The bell above the cafe door jingles as we step out into the crisp afternoon air. The park is just a short walk away, and I can already see the familiar paths lined with trees and dotted with benches. We stroll in comfortable silence for a few moments, the only sounds being the crunch of leaves beneath our feet and the distant laughter of children playing. So how's Maverick doing? I ask, trying to sound casual, as I kick a pebble down the path. He's good, Brody replies. Busy with training and games, but he's managing. That's why he needs someone like you. Right, I murmur, feeling excitement bubble up inside me. I still can't believe you think I'd be a good fit. Brody stops walking and turns to face me, his expression serious. Tyree, you're one of the most organized people I know, and you've got a way with people that Maverick could really use. Trust me on this. I smile weakly, appreciating his confidence in me even if I'm not quite there yet myself. We continue walking, and Brody starts reminiscing about our childhood adventures in this very park. Remember when we used to race each other to that old oak tree? He points ahead to a massive tree that stands proudly at the edge of a small clearing. Yeah, I laugh. You always let me win. I did not, Brody protests, grinning. You were just faster than me. Sure, I say with a playful eye roll. As we reach the old oak tree, we stop and lean against its sturdy trunk. The memories flood back. Scraped knees from climbing too high, whispered secrets shared under its branches. It's weird how everything changes but stays the same, I muse aloud. Yeah, Brody agrees. But change can be good too. I nod, letting his words sink in. Maybe this job with Maverick is exactly the kind of change I need. A chance to break free from my small-town routine and dive into something new and exciting. So, Brody nudges my shoulder gently. You want to talk it through? I just don't see how I could handle it, Brody. I mean, have you seen my apartment? It's organized chaos at best. Chaos? You? The girl who color codes her bookshelves? Brody's grin widens. That's different. Books are one thing. Managing a celebrity's life, that's a whole other level of pressure. Brody leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. Maverick needs someone reliable. You're organized, detail-oriented. But what if I mess up? I interrupt. What if I forget something important or can't keep up with his schedule? This isn't some small-town gig. It's the big leagues. You won't mess up, he says firmly. You're more capable than you think. I've never done anything like this before, I protest. I don't have experience with high-stakes, glamorous environments. What if he realizes I'm just a small-town girl playing dress-up? Brody's eyes soften. Tyree, you're selling yourself short. Everyone starts somewhere. Besides, Maverick needs someone who's genuine and hardworking, not someone with a fancy resume. I don't know, I say, feeling the weight of my doubts pressing down on me. It's just daunting. He reaches out and takes my hand. I get it, But sometimes you have to take risks to find out what you're really capable of. But why me? I ask, looking down at our joined hands. Why not someone with actual experience? Because I trust you, he says simply. And because I know you'll give it your all. I bite my lip, the fear and excitement warring within me. It's just such a big step. Brody squeezes my hand gently. I wouldn't suggest it if I didn't believe in you. I let out a long breath, trying to quell the anxiety bubbling inside me. Okay, I'll do it.
Chapter 2. Maverick. The crowd roars as the puck skates across the ice. I track it with laser precision, every muscle in my body coiled tight, ready to spring. My pads slam together as I drop to block a low shot. The puck ricochets off and skids away, but the opposing team's forward is relentless. He swoops in, stick poised for another shot. Not on my watch. I leap up, cutting off his angle, and his shot bounces harmlessly off my glove. The arena explodes with cheers. I don't bask in it. There's no time. My eyes stay glued to the puck, my mind 10 steps ahead. The game's a blur of speed and strategy, sweat dripping down my brow. Each save is a battle won, each minute a war zone. I hear my coach's voice in the back of my mind. Stay focused, Maverick. Every second counts. Their star player breaks away from our defense, barreling toward me with dangerous intent. My heart pounds like a war drum, but my mind stays cool. I've faced shots from him before. He's got a tell when he goes for the upper corner. I crouch lower, ready for his move. He winds up and fires, right where I knew he would. My glove snaps up, snatching the puck from midair like a hawk catching prey. The crowd erupts again. My team manages to push the puck into their zone, giving me a short reprieve. I stand tall in the crease, watching the action shift away from me. It's like being in the eye of a storm. I know it won't last, but for now, I catch my breath. My eyes flicker to the scoreboard. 2 minutes left, with the score tied 1-1. Plenty of time for anything to happen. The puck zigzags between sticks, each pass crisp. Mason gains control, weaving through their defense. He lines up his shot, eyes sharp. The opposing goalie braces, but Mason's quick, precise shot sails past his glove and into the net. Hell yeah! I pump my fist in the air as our fans go wild. My teammates swarm Mason, their grins wide and triumphant. But there's no time to savor it. The restart comes fast and furious. The opposing team wins the face-off, and they're on us like a pack of wolves. I drop back into my stance, hyper-aware of every player on the ice. Their captain, a hulking beast of a man named Grady, breaks free with the puck. He's coming at me with speed, intent written all over his face. My heart races, but my mind stays sharp. He fakes left, and I bite just a little, enough to make him think he's got me beat. He swings right and fires a wicked wrist shot aimed high. I spring up, my glove hand snapping into position just in time to deflect it away. The puck ricochets off my glove and bounces toward one of their wingers who's ready for the rebound. Not today, I mutter under my breath. He slaps at the loose puck with all his might. My body reacts before my brain can catch up. I drop to one knee, pads tight together, stick angled perfectly. The puck slams into my pads and skids off to the side. The arena holds its breath as our defense scrambles to clear it out of danger. They manage to sweep it away just as the buzzer sounds signaling the end of the game. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and skate towards the bench, sweat dripping down my face but satisfaction burning in my chest. We head into the locker room with our heads high. It was close, but we got the win. Off the ice, it's another kind of battle entirely. The locker room is abuzz with post-game chatter, but I'm already thinking ahead. Next game, next strategy session, next PR event. Being the best isn't just about stopping pucks. It's about maintaining that edge off the ice, too. I stride into my private room, pulling off gear piece by piece, muscles still taut from the game. My phone buzzes on the bench. It's my agent, Frank, reminding me about an interview tomorrow morning and a charity event in the evening. Got it. I muttered to myself as I double-checked my calendar and typed back a quick confirmation. I don't have time for this bwwm. Managing this life requires vigilance and aggression, just like on the ice. Public image needs constant maintenance. Fans need appeasing. Sponsors need reassurance they've backed a winner. And I need an assistant. I sit on the bench in my private room, sweat still trickling down my back from the game. My mind drifts back to the call I got from Brody earlier today. "Hey, Maverick. Got a favor to ask," he'd said, his voice serious but tinged with that brotherly concern I've known for years. "Tyree needs a job. I know you said you could use an assistant." Tyree. The name pulled up memories of a curly-haired black girl with bright green eyes, always lost in some book or daydream. I remember her tripping over her own feet more times than I can count, always scrambling to keep up with her brother and me. "Your sister?" I'd replied, skepticism coloring my tone. "Brody, she's—" "I know what you're thinking," Brody cut in before I could finish. "She's different now. Just give her a shot." Different? It's hard to imagine Tyree fitting into my world. My life is a non-stop carousel of games, practices, media events, and appearances. It's a high-pressure environment where every detail counts, and mistakes aren't just inconvenient. They're unacceptable. I remember one summer when she tried to organize a backyard play for us kids. Scripts were everywhere, costumes half-finished, props misplaced. It was chaos, and it never actually happened because she forgot the date we were supposed to perform. How's she going to handle coordinating travel schedules, managing media requests, and keeping up with my rigorous demands? It seems like throwing a goldfish into shark-infested waters. I ran a hand through my short hair, exhaling sharply. My life is too controlled for whims and what-ifs. I need certainty, reliability. But damn it if Brody didn't know exactly how to push my buttons. "All right," I muttered under my breath. "I hope I don't regret this." I step into my penthouse, the door closing behind me with a soft click. The place is immaculate, as always. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the city, and the minimalist decor screams sophistication and order. Every piece of furniture is precisely where it should be. I pay my staff well for that. "Anna!" I call out, my voice echoing slightly in the open space. Anna, the housekeeper, appears almost immediately from the kitchen, her uniform crisp and her expression neutral. She's efficient, one of the best in the business. "Yes, Mr. Camden. I need everything perfect for my new assistant arriving tomorrow." I stride across the room, glancing around to ensure nothing is out of place. "Of course, sir." Anna nods, already jotting down notes on her tablet. "The guest room needs fresh linens, and make sure there are extra towels in the bathroom. Tell the chef to prep meals for one more." Understood. My mind runs through a checklist of what else needs attention. And have security briefed about her arrival. She should have access to all common areas, but none of my private spaces without my permission. Anna's pen moves quickly over her tablet. "I'll inform them immediately." With that settled, I head to my office and sit behind my massive mahogany desk. The weight of this decision presses down on me like a goalie pad on a breakaway save. Tyree's coming into my world, one that thrives on precision and discipline, and she needs to adapt fast. I dial Frank's number and lean back in my chair, staring out at the city lights. It rings twice before his gruff voice answers. "Maverick, what's up?" "Frank, we need to talk about this new assistant," I say, cutting straight to the point. "Brody's sister, Tyree. She's supposed to start tomorrow." Frank's sigh echoes through the phone. "You serious about this? You've got a lot riding on staying focused and sharp. Can she handle it?" "That's what I'm worried about." I run a hand through my hair, feeling the tension coil in my neck. She's got zero experience with this kind of pressure. I'm not sure she can keep up with the demands. Frank pauses for a moment, probably weighing his words. "I know Brody's your friend, but family ties don't necessarily make someone qualified." I know he's right, but Brody isn't just anyone to me. He's been my rock since high school. When my old man walked out on us and my mom was working double shifts to keep food on the table, Brody was there. He dragged me into hockey when all I wanted was to punch walls and break things. Hell, he's practically family. Yeah, Brody's been there for me through thick and thin, I say, the memories flashing vividly in my mind. He got me out of some tight spots growing up, kept me on track when I could have gone off the rails. Doesn't mean his sister can handle your life, Frank interjects, his voice firm but not unkind. I rub my temples, feeling a headache brewing. Look, Frank, I owe him this much, but I can't afford any screw-ups. My schedule is a minefield. One wrong step and it all blows up. I get it, Frank says slowly, but you're risking a lot here. If she messes up... I know. The words taste bitter in my mouth. There's a pause on the line before Frank speaks again. All right, Mav. Just keep an eye on things. And if she becomes a liability, I'll handle it. My voice hardens with resolve. Good luck, Frank says before hanging up. I drop my phone on the desk and lean back in my chair again, letting out a long breath. Brody trusts her. Maybe I can too. Maybe.
Chapter 3. Tyree. The city swallows me whole the moment I step off the train. Skyscrapers pierce the sky, their windows glinting like a million eyes watching my every move. I clutch my suitcase, feeling small against the bustling tide of people. The air hums with the constant drone of traffic and distant sirens. It's a world away from Springdale. All right, Tyree, you can do this. I mutter under my breath, adjusting my grip on the handle. The cab ride to Maverick's penthouse is a blur of neon signs and honking horns. My fingers fidget with the edge of my cardigan. The fabric soft, yet not comforting enough to soothe my nerves. The cab stops in front of a towering glass building that seems to stretch into infinity. I swallow hard and step out, my legs shaky but determined. The doorman nods as he opens the door for me, his uniform crisp and imposing. "Welcome, Miss Morrison," he says with a polite smile. "Thank you," I manage to squeak out, stepping into the lobby. Marble floors gleam underfoot, and chandeliers cast intricate patterns on the walls. It's all so grand. I make my way to the elevator, pressing the button for the penthouse suite. As it ascends, I can't help but feel like an imposter in this world of luxury and opulence. But Brody believes in me, and I owe it to myself to try. The elevator doors slide open, and I step into a space that seems too pristine to touch. Maverick's penthouse sprawls before me, sleek and modern. Floor-to-ceiling windows stretch across the living room, offering a breathtaking view of the Puget Sound. The sun glistens off the water, casting an ethereal glow over the entire room. The Space Needle stands proudly in the distance, and I can just make out Pike Place Market's bustling energy below. Beyond that, Mount Rainier looms, majestic and serene. I set my suitcase down, feeling like I've stepped into an art gallery rather than someone's home. The minimalist decor is all sharp lines and muted tones. Black leather couches, a glass coffee table with not a smudge on it, and abstract art that screams expensive. Everything is in its place, immaculate and intimidating. "Tyree Morrison?" A voice snaps me out of my daze. I turn to see a woman in her mid-40s, impeccably dressed in a tailored uniform. Yes, that's me. "I'm Anna, Mr. Camden's house manager," she says, extending a hand. Her grip is firm, her smile professional, but not particularly warm. "I'll show you around." What? Maverick's too busy to greet me himself? "Thank you," I reply, following her through the penthouse. Anna points out various rooms as we go. The kitchen with its state-of-the-art appliances that look more like futuristic gadgets than cooking tools. The dining area with a table that could easily seat 12. And finally, my quarters. My room is spacious but starkly decorated. Just a bed, a desk, and a dresser, adjoined by a luxurious ensuite bathroom. The windows here also offer an incredible view of the cityscape. You'll find everything you need here, Anna says briskly. Now, let me take you to Mr. Camden. Anna leads me down a hallway lined with framed photographs of Maverick in action on the ice, each capture more intense than the last. She stops at a set of heavy wooden doors and knocks softly. "Come in," a deep voice commands from the other side. Anna pushes the door open and steps aside, allowing me to enter first. The study is vast, with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves crammed with volumes on sports, business, and biographies of famous athletes. A large mahogany desk dominates the center of the room, behind which sits Maverick Camden himself. He looks up from a stack of papers, his piercing blue eyes locking onto mine. "Tyree," he acknowledges me with a curt nod. "Have a seat." I sink into the leather chair opposite him, feeling its cool embrace against my back. Anna quietly exits, closing the door behind her, leaving me alone with Maverick's scrutinizing gaze. "So," he begins, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms over his chest. "Brody seems to think you can handle this job." I swallow hard, my mouth suddenly dry. I hope so." He raises an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by my lackluster response. "This isn't some small-town gig where you can wing it. I need someone who can manage my schedule meticulously, coordinate media appearances, and ensure everything runs smoothly without needing constant supervision." His tone is as cold as the ice he skates on. My heart sinks a little, but I straighten up in my seat, determined to prove myself. "I understand," I say firmly. He doesn't seem convinced. "You'll be responsible for arranging travel itineraries, handling sponsorship commitments, and managing personal errands. It's a demanding job." "I can handle it," I insist, trying to keep my voice steady. He narrows his eyes at me for a moment before nodding slowly. "We'll see about that." He hands me a tablet filled with schedules and contacts. "Study this tonight. Tomorrow morning at 6 sharp, we'll go over your first assignments." 6? The word slips out before I can stop it. "Is that a problem?" His eyes challenge me to say yes. "No," I reply quickly. "Not at all." "Good." He turns back to his papers, effectively dismissing me without another word. I stand up slowly and make my way to the door, feeling every bit the small-town girl lost in this world of luxury and precision. I trail behind Maverick, my eyes heavy with the kind of exhaustion that sinks deep into your bones. It's been days of nonstop motion, and shadowing him from the crack of dawn until the stars stake their claim on the night sky. My downtime is a laughable concept, spent studying his schedules and commitments, like a student cramming for finals. In meeting rooms, I sit a step behind him, clutching a binder that's become an extension of my arm. Today's no different. We're in a conference room with Maverick sponsors, and the air is thick with the smell of money and cologne. He sits at the head of the table, radiating authority while I try to blend into the background. He glances my way, and I fumble with the documents in my hands, papers spilling onto the floor like clumsy confetti. My cheeks burn hotter than July in Oregon, but there's no hiding. "Documents, Tyree," Maverick says, his voice cool and even. I scramble to gather the papers, my fingers trembling as I hand them over. His gaze doesn't waver from mine, though his eyes don't give anything away. I can't read him. I never could. When lunchtime rolls around, it's my job to remember everyone's orders, Maverick's especially. He likes his sandwich with no mayo, extra mustard. Simple enough, right? Yet when I hand him his lunch, he peels back the bread and raises an eyebrow at me. "Mayo?" he asks pointedly. My stomach drops to my shoes. "I'm so sorry. I must have..." My voice trails off as he wipes off the offending condiment with a napkin. "It's fine," he says curtly, though it's clear it isn't. The rest of the meeting passes in a blur of statistics and strategic planning. Maverick leads confidently while I take notes, trying to make myself smaller than I already feel. My mind keeps replaying that look of disappointment on his face over something as trivial as mayo. As we leave the meeting room, he strides ahead with purposeful steps. I follow at a distance, clutching my binder to my chest like a shield against further mistakes. Days later, my eyes burn as I fumble with the tablet, scrolling through Maverick's packed schedule. It's like trying to decipher a foreign language. Each day brims with meetings, practice sessions, and media appearances. I jot down notes in a frantic scrawl, hoping I can make sense of it all later. Tyree, where's the itinerary for tomorrow's charity event? Maverick's voice snaps me out of my concentration. He strides into the room, eyes fixed on me like lasers. It's, here, I stammer, shuffling through the papers on my desk. My heart races as I hand it to him. He glances over it quickly, his expression unreadable. This is missing the time slot for my speech, he says flatly. I'll fix it right away. He doesn't bother to respond, just shakes his head slightly and walks away. The door closes behind him with a soft click, leaving me alone with my frustration. I take a deep breath and refocus on the tablet. The screen blurs for a moment as tears prick at the corners of my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. I've made mistakes, plenty of them, but that doesn't mean I can't improve. That evening, I stay up late in my room, poring over every detail of Maverick's schedule. I make color-coded charts and set multiple alarms on my phone. The city outside the window buzzes with life, but inside this room, it's just me and my determination. The next morning comes too quickly. My alarm blares at 5:30 a.m., and I groggily get ready for another demanding day. Maverick's already in the kitchen when I walk in, sipping his coffee and reading the news on his tablet. Morning, I mumble, grabbing a cup for myself. He looks up briefly and nods before returning to his screen. Here's today's updated schedule, I say, handing him the freshly printed itinerary. He takes it without a word and scans it over breakfast. My stomach churns as I wait for his verdict. This looks better, he finally says. Make sure you're at the arena by 7. I nod vigorously, relief washing over me. It's not praise exactly, but it's something. As days turn into weeks, the tasks don't get easier, but they start to feel more manageable. Each mistake is a lesson learned. Each small success fuels my determination to prove myself worthy of this role, and maybe even gain Maverick's respect along the way. I'm not here to be perfect. I'm here to grow, and grow I will, no matter how rocky this path might be.
Chapter 4. Maverick. Tyree's arrival is chaos wrapped in a tiny, curly-haired package. I wasn't quite ready for the black bombshell that showed up on my door. Maybe that's why I'm not letting her mistakes get to me. When did she get so hot? That hasn't stopped her from wrecking the job, though. The first day, she screws up my schedule so badly, I miss an important call with my trainer. My phone buzzes constantly with updates about rescheduling. The second day, she orders the wrong brand of protein shake, and I nearly choke on the chalky substitute. Not to mention the coffee mix-up this morning. I asked for black, no sugar, and got some frothy caramel abomination instead. Rushing from one meeting to another, I can't help but notice her frantic energy. She's always 2 steps behind, clutching that damn planner like it's a lifeline. "Mr. Camden," she calls out as I head to my car, her voice barely above the city noise. I pause just long enough to see her tripping over her own feet in her haste to catch up. What now? She looks up, eyes wide with panic. I accidentally double-booked your interview and your training session. I pinch the bridge of my nose, fighting off the headache brewing. Fix it. She nods vigorously and dashes off, nearly colliding with a staff member carrying equipment. In the car, I stew over it all. Brody convinced me she'd be organized and detail-oriented. So far, she's been anything but. She's creative, Sure, maybe too much so for this job. I catch a glimpse of her scrawling notes on colorful sticky pads and wonder if she thinks this is some kind of art project. The penthouse is supposed to be a sanctuary from the madness of my career, but even here, Tyree's presence is like a whirlwind. I find myself barking orders more often than not, something that never used to be necessary with my previous assistant. As I step out of the car at the arena, another mistake comes to mind. Tickets for next week's game sent to the wrong VIPs. It's a mess I had to clean up personally because she couldn't handle it. On the rink, my teammates rib me about the latest blunder. Got yourself a new assistant or a new headache? Ryan laughs. Feels like both, I grunt back, banging my helmet into place. On the ice, I channel my frustration into each save, each block, intense focus shutting out everything else. I slam the locker shut, the metallic clang echoing in the empty room. My jaw is tight, grinding against itself. Practice was a mess today, and I can't shake the frustration. The hot water hits my shoulders like a sledgehammer as I step into the shower. Normally, this is my sanctuary, a place to clear my head, but today it's just another reminder of Tyree's screw-up. She managed to double book me again, and I missed the first part of practice. For someone like me, that's unforgivable. I let out a heavy breath, watching the steam swirl around me. This isn't just a job for me, it's my life, my career, my everything. I think back to when Brody suggested hiring her. She just needs a chance, he said. She's got heart. Heart doesn't help when I miss drills that keep me sharp. Soap slips through my fingers as I scrub my skin raw, trying to wash away the irritation. Brody always had a soft spot for her. I get it. She's his sister. But every time she fumbles with my schedule or misplaces important documents, I can't help but think he made a mistake. Rinsing off, I grab a towel and dry myself quickly. My mind races through everything she messed up this week. Missed meetings, wrong addresses, chaotic phone calls. It's chaos in my otherwise orderly world. As I pull on a crisp white shirt and fasten each button with deliberate care, I glance at my watch, a gift from my coach who taught me discipline and precision. Qualities Tyree clearly lacks. The suit slides over my shoulders effortlessly. Its tailored fit is a stark contrast to the mess she's making of things. It's not just about her learning curve. It's about reliability and trust. Right now, she's got neither. I knot my tie with practiced ease and catch my reflection in the mirror. My intense blue eyes stare back at me, full of determination but shadowed by doubt about this whole situation. I grab my phone from the bench and check for any new messages. Nothing from Tyree yet. Typical. With one last look around the locker room, I head out, each step echoing with the weight of unmet expectations. On my way out of the locker room, I pass Coach Andy Smith's office. He's got his door half open, leaning back in his chair with a worn baseball cap tilted on his head. The guy looks like he belongs more on a fishing boat than in a hockey rink. "Maverick!" His voice cuts through my thoughts. "Got a minute?" I stop and backtrack to his door. "Yeah, Coach. What's up?" He waves me in with a flick of his wrist. "Close the door behind you." I step inside and pull the door shut, leaning against the frame. "Everything all right?" "That's what I should be asking you." He leans forward, resting his elbows on the desk. "Saw you out there today. Something was off." I let out a frustrated sigh and run a hand through my hair. "It's this new assistant, Tyree." "Ah, assistant troubles," Coach says, nodding sagely. "What about her?" "She's making mistakes left and right," I start, the frustration clear in my voice. "Double booked me, missed meetings, even messed up my schedule so bad I was late to practice today. It's driving me nuts, Andy. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up without losing my cool." Andy raises an eyebrow, and I see the moment he realizes I'm talking to my friend and not my coach. "That's not like you." "Tell me about it." I cross my arms over my chest. "And don't get me started on my penthouse. It used to be perfect, Everything in its place. Now it looks... lived in. Andy chuckles, shaking his head. Lived in? Heaven forbid Maverick Camden's penthouse has a touch of humanity in it. I'm serious, I snap back, though there's no real bite to it. I know you are, he says with a grin. But come on, man. It's just stuff. It's not just stuff, I argue, feeling the tension coil tighter in my chest. It's order. It's control. Andy sighs, leaning back in his chair. He knows me too well, knows how much I crave control and order. So, what are you gonna do? He asks, voice steady and calm. I let out a breath, the weight of the question settling on my shoulders. I don't know, Coach. I don't know how much longer I can hold out living like this. The frustration is palpable in my words. Everything's a mess. He watches me closely, eyes narrowed in thought. But, I continue, running a hand through my hair. I feel this sense of responsibility, not just to Brody, he's my best friend, but also to Tyree. Andy raises an eyebrow. Responsibility? Yeah, I say, my mind drifting back to our shared past. We grew up together. She was this quirky, imaginative kid who followed us everywhere. Always had her nose in a book or was scribbling in her notebook. Sounds like you two have history, Andy muses. We do, I admit, and part of me can't shake that connection. Seeing her struggle, it reminds me of my own beginnings. I can't just ignore it, you know? She's come so far, and I feel like I owe it to her, and to Brody, to be there. You think you owe it to her to help her out? Andy questions as he leans forward, elbows on the desk again. It's not just about owing, I clarify. It's more than that. When we were kids, she looked up to us, to me and Brody. And now, she's trying to find her place in this world, just like I did once. Andy nods slowly, absorbing my words. So what's the plan? I don't know yet, I admit, the admission tasting bitter on my tongue. But I can't just throw in the towel. Not yet. Andy leans back in his chair, arms crossed, and gives me a pointed look. It sounds like you know what to do then. Stick it out, see if she gets better. And keep me in the loop. I can't have you off your game, not even for family connections, got it? Yeah, I got it, I reply, the weight of his words sinking in. It's one thing to be frustrated. It's another to let it affect my performance on the ice. Andy claps his hands together once and stands up, back to being my coach. All right then, that's enough soul-searching for one day. Go home, get some rest, and try not to stress too much about your lived-in penthouse, he says, earning an eye roll from me. I leave his office and head toward my car, my mind still buzzing with thoughts of Tyree and the mess she's made of things. As I drive back to my penthouse, the city's lights blur past me, each one a reminder of the high stakes I'm dealing with. When I step into my penthouse, the sight that greets me is less than comforting. Papers are strewn across the coffee table, and a stack of mail sits unopened by the door. I let out a frustrated sigh and toss my keys onto the counter.
Chapter 5. Tyree. I'm standing in Maverick's penthouse, staring at the colossal mountain of hockey equipment sprawled across the living room floor. Helmets, pads, skates, all haphazardly thrown together like an impromptu garage sale. I take a deep breath, roll up my sleeves, and dive in. Hey, Tyree, you sure you got this? Maverick's voice booms from behind me. He's leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, his eyes assessing. Yeah, I've got it, I reply without turning around. I focus on sorting the gear into neat piles. Helmets here, pads there, skates by the door. It's like playing a game of Tetris, only with sweaty equipment instead of colorful blocks. Maverick grunts something that sounds halfway between skepticism and approval before heading to the kitchen. I hear the clink of a glass and the hiss of a soda can opening. As I work, my mind starts to map out his schedule for the next few days. There's a media event tomorrow morning, followed by practice in the afternoon. I grab my tablet from the coffee table and start setting reminders. Don't forget to bring your blue jersey to practice, I call out over my shoulder. Maverick looks up from his drink, one eyebrow raised. How'd you know I'd need that? Coach mentioned it when you were venting yesterday, I answer, keeping my eyes on my tablet screen. Impressive, he mutters before disappearing into his room. A small smile tugs at my lips. Maybe I'm starting to get the hang of this after all. I finish organizing the gear and head to his study to tackle his emails next. Media appointments flood his inbox like relentless waves, requests for interviews, photo shoots, appearances. My fingers fly over the keyboard as I sort them into folders: urgent, non-urgent, trash. Got your coffee? Maverick's voice interrupts my concentration again. He sets a steaming mug next to me on the desk. Thanks, I murmur, without looking up. The aroma of dark roast fills the air, grounding me in this whirlwind life that is Maverick Camden's world. By late afternoon, I've organized his gear, set reminders for all his appointments, and even managed to get him a slot on a primetime sports show without double booking him. As I close my laptop for the day, I feel a strange sense of accomplishment. Maybe this chaotic life isn't so bad after all. The roar of the crowd echoes through the stadium as I make my way to the media section. Maverick's team is dominating the ice, and my task is to organize a post-game interview with a news station that's attending. Easy enough, right? I spot one of his teammates, Jason, by the locker room entrance. Hey, Jason, do you know where I can find the media coordinator? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. He looks me up and down, a smirk playing on his lips. Yeah, they usually hang out by the concession stands on the east side. Thanks, I reply, already turning to head in that direction. As I weave through the crowd, my eyes scan for any sign of a media setup. Nothing. Just rows of fans buying hot dogs and nachos. Frustration gnaws at me, but I keep moving. After 10 minutes of aimless wandering, I hear laughter behind me. Jason and a couple of other players are leaning against a wall, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Looking for something? One of them calls out, barely stifling his chuckles. I clench my jaw and turn away. Fine. If they want to mess with me, let them. I'll find the media coordinator myself. I head back toward the locker room area, feeling every pair of eyes on me as I pass. It's like being in high school all over again, only this time the stakes are higher. Excuse me, I ask a security guard stationed nearby. Can you point me to the media coordinator? He gives me a sympathetic look before directing me to an area near the team's bench. I rush over and finally spot someone with a press badge. Hi, I'm Tyree Morrison. I introduce myself quickly. I'm here to arrange an interview with Maverick Camden. The coordinator nods and checks his clipboard. We've got a slot open right after the game ends. Make sure he's ready. Relief washes over me as I thank him and head back toward the locker room entrance. As I pass by Jason and his crew again, they're still snickering amongst themselves. Found it, I say loudly enough for them to hear before walking past them without another glance. When Maverick emerges from the locker room later, still dripping with sweat, but glowing from victory, I catch his eye and give him a quick thumbs up. He nods slightly in acknowledgement before turning back to his team. I know they're watching me closely now, Maverick's teammates and entourage, but that's okay. They'll see soon enough that I'm not just some disorganized outsider fumbling through this job. As soon as Maverick heads off for his post-game obligations, I find a quiet corner in the stadium. My phone feels like a lifeline as I dial Brody's number. It rings twice before his familiar voice comes through. Hey sis, how was the game? I let out a sigh of relief just hearing him. It was rough, I admit, leaning against the cold concrete wall. I mean, I'm trying my best, but everything here is so fast-paced and high stakes. I feel like I'm constantly messing up. You're not messing up, Brody says firmly. You're learning. There's a difference. I glance around to make sure no one's within earshot before lowering my voice. You know how I overbooked him yesterday, Brody, and then today I got pranked by some of his teammates when I was trying to set up an interview. Jerks, he mutters. Don't let them get to you. I'm trying not to, I say, rubbing my temple. But it's hard. Maverick's got this aura of perfection around him, and I feel like I'm constantly falling short. Listen, Brody's voice softens, becoming the comforting balm it always is. Mav might be tough on the outside, but he knows you're capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to this in the first place. Yeah, well, he hasn't exactly been warm and fuzzy, I mutter. Brody chuckles. That's Mav for you. Give it time. He'll come around. I close my eyes for a moment, picturing our small-town kitchen back home. The scent of Mom's apple pie wafting through the air. It feels worlds away from this cavernous stadium and Maverick's high-octane lifestyle. Thanks for always picking up, I say softly. Are you kidding? You're my little sister. Of course I'm gonna pick up. He pauses for a moment before adding, You've got this, Tyree. Just keep doing your best. Thanks, I reply, feeling a bit lighter already. And hey, Brody continues, next time those teammates mess with you, just remind them who your brother is. I laugh despite myself. Sure thing, big bro. As we hang up, the noise of the stadium filters back in. The chatter of fans leaving their seats and the clamor of staff packing up equipment. Pocketing my phone, I straighten up and head back to where Maverick will be finishing his interviews. The weight on my shoulders feels a bit more manageable now. With Brody's support echoing in my mind, I'm ready to tackle whatever comes next, one challenge at a time. My resolve hardens with each step. The laughter and snickers from earlier still echo in my ears, but instead of letting them deter me, I let them fuel me. Maverick spots me as he finishes with the last reporter. He nods, a brief acknowledgement, and strides over. Are you ready to head out? His voice is neutral, but I catch a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Yeah, I say firmly. I've got everything lined up for tomorrow's media event. I've also ordered some shirts for you to sign. They should be waiting at the penthouse. He studies me for a moment, then nods again. Good call. As we make our way out of the stadium, I mentally run through tomorrow's schedule once more. No more slip-ups, no more pranks catching me off guard. I'm going to show everyone, including Maverick, that I can handle this job. The ride back to his penthouse is quiet, the city lights flashing by outside the car window. I can feel Maverick's eyes on me occasionally, as if he's trying to figure me out, but he doesn't say anything. When we arrive at the penthouse, Maverick heads straight for his room while I make my way to my makeshift office in the corner of the living room. I boot up my laptop and start planning for the week ahead. If I'm going to become indispensable, I need to be 10 steps ahead at all times. Hours later, as the city sleeps outside, I'm still at my desk, eyes scanning through emails and schedules. My phone buzzes with a new message from Brody. Keep pushing, sis. Proud of you. A small smile tugs at my lips as I type back a quick thanks before refocusing on my work. Determination courses through me like a lifeline. This adversity isn't going to break me. It's going to make me stronger. And by the time this whirlwind journey ends, Maverick Camden won't just see me as his assistant. He'll see me as indispensable. The penthouse is silent, except for the soft hum of my laptop and the occasional rustle from Maverick's room. It feels like I'm carving out a space for myself here, one task at a time, one day at a time. And I'm not stopping until I've proven myself completely capable and essential in this world that once felt so foreign and overwhelming.
Chapter 6. Maverick. The sunlight filters through the blinds, waking me gently for once. Usually I'm jolted awake by an alarm, my schedule crammed with appearances and training sessions. Today, it's different. I stretch and check my phone, expecting a list of commitments that will drive me to the brink. But it's blank. Only one thing is on the agenda: a training session later in the afternoon. Confusion settles in, as well as a sense of panic. Did Tyree mess up again? I roll out of bed and head to the kitchen, where the aroma of fresh coffee and something delicious greets me. Tyree stands by the stove, flipping pancakes with a focused look on her face. "Morning," I say, crossing my arms and leaning against the counter. She glances up, her bright green eyes meeting mine. "Morning? Hungry?" I nod but hold up my phone. What's with my schedule? Why is it so empty? She bites her lip and turns back to the stove. "I thought you could use a break." "A break?" I echo, skeptical. She places a plate of pancakes in front of me, her hands steady but her voice firm. "You're always going non-stop, Maverick. I noticed you were getting worn out, so I reorganized your schedule to give you some downtime." I take a bite of the pancake, fluffy and perfect, and mull over her words. "You did this on purpose?" "Yeah," she says, grabbing her own plate and sitting across from me. "You need to recharge if you're going to keep performing at your best." I study her for a moment, noticing how her quirky energy now feels more like quiet confidence. "Huh?" I mutter. She smirks. "Don't sound so surprised." Tyree sits across from me with her own plate of pancakes, her bright green eyes sparkling. I can't help but admire the transformation in her. She went from stumbling through my schedule to taking control. Damn if it's not starting to feel like she might actually know what she's doing. "These are really good," I admit, taking another bite. "Thanks," she says, her voice light. "I used your mom's recipe." I pause mid-bite. "You talked to my mom?" "Yeah, last week. She was really nice, remembered me from back home. Gave me a few tips on how to handle you," she teases. I chuckle despite myself. "Oh yeah? What'd she say?" Tyree leans forward, conspiratorial. "She said you're like a bear before your first coffee." "Smart woman," I reply, feeling an unexpected warmth. It's been ages since anyone made my life easier. We lapse into a comfortable silence, only our quiet chewing breaking it. "You know," I say, breaking the silence, "I think you're starting to get the hang of this." Her eyes narrow playfully. "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" "It is," I assure her. "You're tougher than I gave you credit for." She looks down at her plate, a small smile tugging at her lips. "Well, I'm not here just to be your assistant. I want to make a difference." "And you are," I admit reluctantly. "The break in my schedule, it was needed." Her eyes meet mine again, softer this time. "I'm glad it helped." There's a charged moment between us, filled with something unspoken. The kitchen feels smaller, the space between us electric as we finish breakfast in silence. I watch Tyree sip her coffee, a contemplative look on her face. The morning light catches her curly brown hair, giving it a soft halo. She's no longer the little girl from Springdale that used to follow us around, that's for sure. Her shoulders are relaxed now, no longer hunched with uncertainty. There's a quiet confidence in her movements and gaze. Her bright green eyes seem to hold a world of their own. As we finish breakfast, I notice more details. How her petite frame fits into my oversized kitchen chair, the delicate curve of her neck when she tilts her head, the faint scent of vanilla that follows her. I watch her clear the table with practiced ease, moving with a newfound grace. She's found a rhythm in my chaotic life, and it's impressive. For the first time since this whole arrangement started, I feel something other than frustration when I look at her. I feel intrigued. Tyree turns off the faucet and dries her hands on a dish towel, catching me staring at her. "What?" she asks, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Nothing," I reply quickly. "Just thinking." "About what?" I lean back in my chair, studying her, and an idea starts to form. You know, I say, trying to sound casual, you should come to my training session later. Her eyebrows shoot up. Really? Why? I shrug. It'll give you a better sense of what I do, how intense it gets. Plus, you can help with some stuff. She looks skeptical but intrigued. What kind of stuff? Oh, you know, I say with a smirk. Hand me towels, keep track of my times. Basic assistant duties. She rolls her eyes but nods. All right, I'll be there. I finish my pancakes and head off to get ready for the session. The gym is buzzing with energy when we arrive. Tyree looks around, wide-eyed, taking in the state-of-the-art equipment and the intensity of the athletes. Welcome to my second home, I say, grabbing a towel and draping it over my shoulders. She smiles, looking slightly overwhelmed but determined. Okay, show me what you got. As I start my warm-up routine, I catch her watching me out of the corner of my eye. It's hard not to notice how she follows my every move. I can't help but throw in a little extra flair, pushing myself harder just to see that look in her eyes. After a while, I take off my shirt, tossing it aside as I move on to the next set of exercises. Tyree's gaze lingers on me a bit longer than usual. Every now and then, our eyes meet, and there's an unspoken connection that neither of us acknowledges outright. But it's there. Despite her attention, I dive into my training with a single-minded focus, pushing all distractions to the side. The upcoming game is crucial, one of those career-defining moments. I can't afford to be anything less than perfect. As I head to the weights, Tyree steps forward with a towel and a bottle of water, her presence a brief respite before diving back into the grind. Thanks, I mutter, grabbing the towel and wiping my face quickly before moving on to the bench press. She lingers for a second longer than necessary, her eyes scanning the gym's bustling activity before landing back on me. You're really intense about this, huh? Have to be, I reply between reps. This game could make or break our season. Her eyes widen slightly, realizing the gravity of it all. No pressure, then. Always pressure, I say, setting the bar back on its rack with a clang that echoes through the gym. The weights grow heavier with each set, but my determination doesn't waver. This is what separates champions from everyone else, the ability to push beyond limits when it counts most. I catch a glimpse of Tyree out of the corner of my eye as I finish another set. She's jotting down notes on a clipboard, probably tracking my progress or noting something for later, but I can see her sneaking a peek at me occasionally. Her gaze feels tangible on my skin, a sense of heat I haven't felt in a long time twining between the physical exertion. The session stretches on as sweat pours off me in rivulets. My muscles scream in protest, but I don't let up. This is where games are won or lost, in these moments when you push yourself harder than anyone else is willing to go. Finally, my training session ends, and I hold back a smirk when I see Tyree's appreciative glance at my gleaming chest. She holds out a towel and my water bottle. Eyes up here, I tease, chuckling at her startled expression. Her green eyes are wide as they look into mine, but a small smile plays at the corners of her lips. I take the towel from Tyree, wiping the sweat off my face and neck. Her eyes dart away, her cheeks darkening slightly. It's almost cute. Thanks, I say, my voice softer than usual. No problem, she replies, looking a bit flustered. As I gulp down water, memories from our childhood flood my mind. Brody and I were inseparable, and she was always there, even when we told her to scram. Stubborn little thing. Remember when you used to chase us around with that ridiculous pink bike? I ask, a smirk tugging at my lips. Tyree's eyes light up with recognition. Oh God, that thing was hideous. I chuckle, shaking my head. Yeah, but you loved it. She grins. I did, and you guys were always so annoyed. We were, I admit, feeling a rare warmth spread through me. But it was kind of fun having you around. Her smile softens into something more genuine. You never said that back then. Would have ruined my image, I tease. but there's truth in it. Her laughter is like a balm to the intensity of my training session. It's weird how easily she brings back those simpler times when life wasn't about constant pressure and expectations.
Chapter 7. Tyree. I sit at the oversized mahogany desk, surrounded by stacks of papers. My fingers trace the edges of a set of contracts Frank, Maverick's agent, sent over. They need Maverick's signature, but I know he doesn't have the time to sift through all this legal jargon. I am in charge of his schedule after all. A light bulb flickers in my mind. I grab a set of highlighters and get to work, color-coding the sections and marking every spot that needs his signature with bright sticky tabs. Red for urgent, green for simple review, yellow for sign. I mutter. Talking to myself helps keep me focused. After a few hours of meticulous organizing, I step back to admire my handiwork. The once daunting pile of contracts now looks manageable. Satisfied, I shoot Frank an email scheduling a time for Maverick to go through them later this afternoon, telling him to meet us at the penthouse. When Maverick strolls into the room, I'm ready. He glances at the organized stack on his desk and then at me with a raised eyebrow. "You did all this?" His voice carries a hint of skepticism. "Yeah," I reply confidently, putting my hands on my hips. "I figured it would save you some time." He grunts in acknowledgement and sits down, his muscular frame making the chair look small. As he begins to read through the documents, I take a seat across from him, notebook in hand, ready to jot down any comments or changes he wants. "Okay," he says after a few minutes. "This section here," he points to a paragraph highlighted in red. "I want a clause added about penalties for late payments." I scribble furiously as he continues to review each document. The minutes tick by, with only the sound of his voice breaking the silence. "This is good," he mutters after signing another page. "Next one." With each contract signed and each note taken, I can feel his skepticism melting away bit by bit. Half an hour later, we've made significant progress. Maverick leans back in his chair, stretching his arms above his head. "You really made this easy," he admits grudgingly. "That was the plan," I respond with a small smile. Just then, Frank walks in, eyes scanning the room before landing on the organized stack of signed contracts. "I've just sent you an email with the proposed changes, Frank. Should be in your inbox," I say, already flipping back to my to-do list for the next item. "Well, I'll be damned," he says, unable to hide his surprise. "You actually got him to do it all." "Yep," I say with quiet pride. Frank nods approvingly before addressing Maverick. "I'll get the changes back to you tomorrow morning." Maverick smirks and nods towards me. "Tyree can look them over on my behalf. She knows what needs to be done." I almost dropped my tablet in surprise. Luckily, I managed to grip it tightly, only causing it to wobble slightly. That's the nicest thing he's said about me so far. As Frank collects the contracts, he gives me an appraising look. "Good job. Keep it up, Tyree." I nod, feeling more confident than ever in my ability to handle this job. The next day, I'm sitting in the stands at the arena, working through the amendments Frank sent through. I glance at the clock and my stomach sinks. Maverick is supposed to be in an interview right now, but he's still out on the ice practicing. "Damn it! I reminded him 2 hours ago," I muttered to myself. Then I rush to the edge of the rink and wave my arms frantically. "Maverick!" I shout, trying to get his attention. He finally looks up, his intense blue eyes locking onto mine. "What?" he barks, skating over with powerful strides. "Your interview?" I gasp, pointing at my watch. "You're late." His eyes widen for a split second before narrowing. "Damn it." He skates off without another word, heading straight for the locker room. I pull out my phone and dial the reporter's number with trembling fingers. The line rings twice before she answers. Hello, this is Carla from Sports Weekly. Hi, Carla. This is Tyree Morrison, Maverick Camden's assistant. We're running a bit behind schedule. Can we push the interview back by half an hour? There's a pause on the other end. We're on a tight deadline. I understand, I say quickly. I can offer you exclusive behind-the-scenes access for your next piece on him. Another pause, longer this time. All right, Carla says finally. Half an hour. Thank you, I breathe out, relief flooding me. I rush to the locker room door just as Mavericks comes out, towel around his neck. Carla agreed to reschedule. I say breathlessly, You've got half an hour. He looks at me with surprise and something else I can't quite place. You handled that fast. I try, I say with a small smile. Maverick nods and heads towards the showers. When he returns 10 minutes later in a sharp suit, he looks every bit the professional athlete ready for an interview. As he heads out to meet Carla, he stops briefly in front of me. Good job, he says quietly before walking away. I watch him go, feeling a surge of pride. Maybe I'm finally getting the hang of this after all. As Maverick wraps up his interview smoothly and on time, I can't help but feel like I've earned a small victory today. After the interview, Maverick suggests we grab lunch. I'm a bit taken aback, but nod enthusiastically. As we walk to a nearby deli, the city's hustle and bustle fades into the background. It's just us now, and for the first time since I started this job, I feel like we're on equal footing. We settle into a booth at the deli. Maverick orders a turkey club, while I go for a classic BLT. The tension from earlier starts to dissolve as we wait for our food. Remember that time we tricked Brody into thinking the old Morrison house was haunted? Maverick asks, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I laugh, nearly choking on my water. Oh my God, yes! We rigged up that whole contraption with a fishing line and an old sheet to make it look like a ghost. And Brody was so freaked out, Maverick continues, grinning widely. He wouldn't go near that house for months. He made me sleep with the light on for weeks after that, I add, shaking my head at the memory. We both laugh, the sound mingling with the chatter of other diners around us. It feels good to remember those simpler times, back when life was all about harmless pranks and summer adventures. Our food arrives, and we dig in, still chuckling over past escapades. For a moment, the intimidating world of professional hockey and high-stakes schedules seems far away. We're just two old friends catching up over lunch. You know, Maverick says between bites of his sandwich, I think that was one of the best pranks I've ever pulled. You mean we pulled? I correct him with a mock glare. Right, he concedes with a smile. We made a pretty good team back then? I nod, feeling a warmth spread through me that's got nothing to do with the hot sandwich in front of me. Yeah, we did. For a few more minutes, we swapped stories about our childhood antics. Like the time we tried to build a treehouse but ended up with more splinters than structure. And it's easy to forget all the doubts and difficulties that have plagued our relationship since I took this job. Lunch with Maverick feels like a turning point. The laughter, the shared memories, it all makes me feel like I'm not just his assistant. Maybe I'm finally earning his respect. Back at the penthouse, I organize the notes from the interview and email them to Frank. Maverick lounges on the couch, scrolling through his phone. He looks up when I enter the room. You've been doing good work, he says, standing up and walking over to me. His intense blue eyes lock onto mine. The compliment catches me off guard, and I find myself struggling for words. Thanks, Maverick. Call me Mav, he says with a small grin. Feels weird you calling me Maverick all the time. Mav, I repeat, feeling a bit of warmth at the casual intimacy of the nickname. He moves closer, leaning against the table next to me. You know, you've surprised me. Didn't think you'd adapt so quickly. My heart skips a beat at his words. The way he's looking at me, it's like he's seeing me as more than just his assistant. The moment is interrupted by my phone buzzing on the desk. It's a message from Brody, checking in on how things are going. I glance at it and then back at Mav. "Your brother's checking up on you?" he asks, eyebrow raised. "Yeah," I admit with a chuckle. He worries. Mav nods thoughtfully. "He's always been protective of you." "He has," I agree. "But it's nice to have someone looking out for you." "I get that," he says quietly, looking out the window for a moment before turning back to me. "Listen, about earlier, you handled that interview mix-up really well." "Thanks," I say again, feeling a bit flustered under his gaze. He steps even closer, and I can feel the heat radiating from his body. "I mean it, Tyree. You're proving yourself every day." For a moment, we just stand there in silence, the air between us charged with something unspoken. It's not just professional respect anymore. There's something deeper. My phone buzzes again, and we both look over to see Brody's calling me. "I better get that," I say, smiling apologetically. Maverick chuckles. "Tell him I say hi."
Chapter 8. Maverick. I push the door open and step into my penthouse, the scent of something familiar and mouth-watering hitting me immediately. Dropping my gear by the entrance, I follow the aroma to the kitchen. Tyree stands by the stove, stirring a pot with a focused expression. She doesn't notice me at first, so I take a moment to observe her. She's wearing an apron that looks comically oversized on her petite frame. Her curls bounce slightly as she moves, and she hums softly to herself. There's a kind of grace in her movements, despite the clear difference from her usual meticulous schedule handling. "What's all this?" My voice breaks her concentration. She looks up, startled for a second before flashing me a smile. "I thought you might like some homemade lasagna. Gave the chef and housekeeper the night off." My eyebrows shoot up. "You cooked?" "Surprised?" She tilts her head teasingly. "A bit." I cross the room, peering over her shoulder at the bubbling sauce. "Looks good. It's your favorite, right? Figured you could use a good meal after practice." The sincerity in her voice catches me off guard. For a moment, I just watch her, feeling an unexpected warmth in my chest. "You didn't have to do this." "I wanted to." She shrugs, turning back to the stove. "Besides, I'm getting better at managing things here. Thought I'd try my hand at something different." "Well," I lean against the counter, crossing my arms. "Color me impressed." She chuckles softly and continues with her cooking. I can't help but feel a shift in our dynamic. It's subtle but undeniable. Her presence isn't just about efficiency anymore. There's a comfort in having her around. I step over to the wine rack, scanning the labels. Tyree's humming fills the kitchen, blending with the quiet sounds of the city outside. My fingers land on a bottle of Merlot. Perfect. I grab it and a couple of glasses. "Wine?" I ask, holding up the bottle for her to see. She glances over, eyes lighting up. "Yes, please." I pull out a corkscrew and work on opening the bottle. The pop of the cork is satisfying, almost as much as the first pour into the glasses. I hand one to Tyree and clink my glass against hers. "To surviving another day," I toast with a smirk. She laughs, a musical sound that echoes in the kitchen. I'll drink to that. We both take a sip. The wine is smooth, with just the right amount of bite. I lean against the counter again, watching her check on the lasagna in the oven. Once she's satisfied, she leans against the counter opposite me, mirroring my posture. "So, how was practice?" "Grueling." I take another sip of wine. "But necessary." "Big game coming up," she says. "Yeah." I nod, feeling a familiar intensity rise within me at the thought of it. Need to be at my best. "You always are," she says softly. There's a sincerity in her voice that catches me off guard again, This girl, no, woman, standing here isn't just my assistant anymore. She's become something more integral to my routine and, dare I say it, my life. "How's your day been?" I ask, shifting the focus back to her. She shrugs lightly. "Managed to reorganize your schedule a bit more efficiently, got rid of some unnecessary meetings." "I noticed." A grin spreads across my face. "Appreciate that." She smiles back and takes another sip of her wine. The kitchen fills with a comfortable silence as we wait for the lasagna to finish cooking. Finally, the timer beeps loudly, and I turn to set the table. "Smells delicious," I say over my shoulder. Tyree smiles again but stays silent, focusing on plating up the lasagna. As she hands me a plate, our fingers brush slightly, a small gesture that feels significant in its own way. Taking my first bite, I can't help but let out an appreciative grunt. "Damn," I mutter between mouthfuls. "This is good." She laughs lightly and joins me at the table with her own plate. For once, eating doesn't feel like another task on my never-ending list of obligations. It feels like home. The cool night air wraps around us as we step out onto the balcony. The city lights stretch out below, a sea of twinkling stars mimicking the sky above. Tyree hands me my glass, and we settle into the comfortable silence that's become natural between us. I take a sip, letting the wine's warmth spread through me. The memory surfaces unbidden, a flash of laughter and sunlight from years ago. I chuckle, shaking my head at the thought. "What's so funny?" Tyree asks, curiosity lighting up her green eyes. "Remember that summer when Brody and I built that treehouse in your backyard?" Her eyes widen in surprise. "You remember that?" "Hard to forget," I say with a grin. "Especially when you and your friends decided to turn it into your secret clubhouse." She laughs, the sound ringing out over the city. "We had signs and everything. No boys allowed." "Yeah, and you enforced it pretty strictly," I add, leaning on the balcony railing. "Brody and I had to sneak in after dark just to retrieve our stuff." Tyree's laughter softens into a smile, her gaze distant as she recalls those days. "I didn't think you'd remember something like that." "I remember a lot more than you'd think," I admit, feeling an unexpected vulnerability in the confession. She looks at me then, really looks at me, and there's something in her eyes, an understanding, maybe even an admiration, that stirs something deep within me. The emotional closeness of the moment wraps around us like a cocoon. Before I can second-guess myself, I lean in, drawn by an invisible force. Her eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't pull away. Our lips meet in a spontaneous kiss, soft, tentative at first, but growing more certain with each passing second. It surprises both of us. The world narrows down to just this moment, this connection. Her hand comes up to rest on my chest, fingers curling into the fabric of my shirt. When we finally pull back, there's a breathless silence between us. Her eyes search mine for answers I don't have just yet. All I know is that something has shifted between us, something undeniable and real. As I absorb that thought, the realization of what just happened crashes over me. My brain starts to fire off a million warnings. This is bad, really bad. I can't afford distractions, and Tyree. She deserves better than a fling with her boss. I step back, putting physical distance between us, hoping it'll help clear my head. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have." I run a hand through my hair, frustration swimming through me. Tyree opens her mouth, but before she can say anything, I cut her off. "I'm gonna head to bed," I mumble, needing to escape this suffocating tension. "Okay," she replies, her voice barely above a whisper. I retreat to my room, closing the door behind me with more force than necessary. Leaning against it, I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Why did I let things get this far? She's Brody's sister, for crying out loud. And she's different from any other woman I've been with. Too different from my world. Collapsing onto the bed, I stare up at the ceiling. This isn't just about protecting my career. It's about not leading Tyree on when I know I can't give her what she deserves. I run a hand through my hair in frustration. She's become more than just an assistant. She's worked her way into my life in ways I didn't expect or want. And now I have to fix this mess before it spirals out of control. Rolling over, I bury my face in the pillow, trying to shut out the conflicting emotions swirling inside me. This is for the best. It has to be. But as sleep eludes me, and thoughts of Tyree linger in my mind, a part of me can't help but wonder if maybe, just maybe, I'm making a mistake after all. Morning light streams through the windows, nudging me awake. I rub my eyes, pushing away the lingering fog of sleep. Last night's kiss with Tyree flashes through my mind. I curse under my breath, knowing I need to set things straight. Throwing on a shirt and jeans, I head out to the kitchen, where Tyree is already bustling around. She turns when she hears me, her face lighting up with a tentative smile. "Morning," she says softly, placing a plate of scrambled eggs and toast on the counter. "Hey," I mutter, not meeting her eyes. I grab a piece of toast and shove it into my mouth. The tension in the air is palpable. "Maverick," she starts, stepping closer. "About last night, I gotta get to practice." I cut her off, reaching for my gym bag. "Coach wants us there early." Her face falls slightly, but she nods. "Okay, but we should talk later." My voice comes out harsher than intended. I sling the bag over my shoulder and head for the door. "Maverick!" Her voice follows me, but I keep walking. "See you tonight," I throw over my shoulder before stepping out into the hallway. The door closes behind me with a resounding thud. As I stride towards the elevator, guilt gnaws at me. But there's no time for distractions. Not now. Not ever. Focus on the game. That's what matters. The elevator doors open and I step inside, leaving Tyree and last night's kiss behind me. For now.
Chapter 9. Tyree. The door slams shut, and the echo reverberates through the penthouse. I stand there, stunned, gripping the edge of the kitchen counter. My mind races, replaying the events from last night. One minute we were laughing about our childhood, and the next we were sharing a kiss that felt electric. Now Maverick's gone cold, distant, leaving me floundering in confusion. I push away from the counter and pace the living room. What just happened? I mutter to myself. His sudden shift feels like whiplash. I thought we were finally connecting, finally moving past the awkwardness and finding some common ground. The kiss. It wasn't just a kiss. It was something more. I don't understand why he's suddenly icing me out. I drag myself off the couch and head to Maverick's office. There are schedules to organize, emails to answer, work to drown out my thoughts, and keep me from overanalyzing every detail of that kiss and his subsequent withdrawal. It takes everything in me not to think about how much last night meant to me, and how little it seemed to mean to him this morning, but work will have to do for now. I take a deep breath and dive into Maverick's schedule. The numbers and appointments blur together, but I force myself to focus. This is my job. This is what I came here to do. My phone buzzes with an incoming email. It's from Maverick's manager, detailing an upcoming media event. I start drafting responses, coordinating times, and making sure there are no overlaps with his training schedule. Each keystroke feels like a step away from the turmoil inside me. Maverick strides back into the penthouse, sweaty from practice, but his eyes are as cold as ever. "Tyree, did you handle the interview reschedule?" "Yes," I say, keeping my tone professional. "It's moved to Thursday at 3 p.m. It won't interfere with your training." He nods, but there's no warmth in his gaze. Good. I don't let it faze me. Instead, I turn back to my laptop and continue typing away. There's another event that needs confirmation and several more emails to send out. Hours pass like this, me immersed in work, while Maverick floats in and out of rooms, barely acknowledging my presence. but each completed task strengthens my resolve. If he thinks he can shake me by acting distant, he's wrong. As the sun sets, I finalize the logistics for a charity event he's attending next week. My phone rings. It's one of the organizers confirming details. Yes, everything is set, I assure them before hanging up. When dinner time rolls around, I heat up the meals the chef left for us in silence. Plating it carefully, I bring it over to him without a word and then retreat back to my workspace. His grunt of acknowledgement is all I get in return. Days blend into each other, a blur of cold mornings and silent nights. Maverick says the bare minimum to me, his words clipped and devoid of any emotion. It's like a switch has flipped inside him, shutting down whatever connection we had begun to forge. I stick to my routine, forcing myself to focus on the tasks at hand. Schedules need managing, interviews need coordinating, and events need organizing. I throw myself into the work, hoping it will drown out the ache that his silence leaves behind. Each morning, I greet him with a tentative smile. Good morning, Maverick. Here's your schedule for today. He barely looks up from his coffee. Thanks. I turn away quickly, pretending not to notice the sting in my chest. The emotional roller coaster is exhausting, leaving me feeling more isolated than ever. The penthouse, once a place that held promise and excitement, now feels like a gilded cage. During practice days, I make sure everything is set for his return, meals prepared, appointments confirmed, but he breezes past me with a nod or a grunt. At night, I sit at the kitchen table long after dinner has been served and cleared away, staring at my laptop screen but not really seeing anything. One evening, after another day of silence from Maverick, I call Brody for some semblance of comfort. Hey, I say softly when he picks up. Tyree, you okay? His voice is warm, but laced with concern. Yeah, I lie. Just needed to hear a friendly voice. Brody sighs. How's it going with Maverick? I hesitate before answering. It's challenging. You're tough, he reassures me. You'll get through this. I hope so, I whisper before ending the call. The next day is no different. Maverick leaves early for practice without saying goodbye. I sit at the desk in his office, sorting through emails and updating his calendar. The sound of the front door closing echoes through the empty space around me. I steel myself before heading to the arena, knowing that facing Maverick's teammates always feels like walking into a lion's den. I can handle the pressure of managing Maverick's chaotic schedule, but dealing with his teammates' constant undermining, that's a different beast. The moment I step into the locker room area, Jason, one of Maverick's more outspoken teammates, spots me. He's leaning against a row of lockers, smirking. Hey, Tyree, he calls out, drawing out my name in a sing-song manner that makes my skin crawl. Lose your way again? I grit my teeth and force a smile. Nope, just here to make sure everything's set for the post-game interviews. Jason saunters over, his smirk widening. Are you sure you've got the right place this time? Last time you had the reporters waiting in the wrong room for an hour. I stiffen at the reminder of my past mistake, but I refuse to let him see how much it bothers me. I've double-checked everything. Good for you, he says, voice dripping with condescension. He leans in closer. But you might want to triple-check. Can't have Maverick looking bad because of your incompetence. Heat rises to my face, but I keep my composure. Thanks for the advice, Jason. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly. He chuckles and walks away, leaving me fuming. It takes all my willpower not to snap back at him. Instead, I head toward the media area to confirm the arrangements once more. The arena buzzes with activity as players prepare for practice and staff hustle about their tasks. I find the PR coordinator and go over the schedule again. Everything looks good on our end, she assures me. Thanks, I reply, feeling a small measure of relief. As I turn to leave, Jason passes by again with another teammate. "Hey, Tyree," he calls out loudly enough for others to hear. "You sure you don't need a map this time?" Laughter follows his remark, and I feel eyes on me from every direction. My fists clench at my sides. "Funny," I reply dryly, before walking away with my head held high. Back in the locker room area, I double-check every detail once more, times, locations, contacts, making sure nothing is left to chance. The days drag by in a blur of silence and tension. Maverick barely speaks to me, and when he does, his words are short and clipped. The kiss we shared feels like a distant memory, overshadowed by his cold demeanor. I sit at the kitchen table, staring at my laptop screen. The cursor blinks back at me, mocking my indecision. My fingers hover over the keyboard, but I can't bring myself to type. The weight of my thoughts presses down on me, making it hard to breathe. Is this really what I want? Can I keep doing this? I've always dreamed of a life filled with excitement and adventure, but this isn't what I envisioned. The constant pressure, the isolation, the feeling of being judged at every turn. It's all too much. I close my laptop with a sigh and lean back in my chair. My eyes wander around the penthouse, taking in the sleek furniture and modern decor. It's beautiful, but it feels empty, devoid of warmth. My phone buzzes on the table, breaking the silence. It's a message from Brody. "How's it going?" I stare at the screen for a moment before typing a reply. "Not great." His response is immediate. "What's wrong?" I hesitate before replying. How do I explain everything? The cold shoulder from Maverick, the constant feeling of inadequacy, the doubt that gnaws at me every day. Just feeling out of place. I finally type. Brody's reply comes quickly. "You're tougher than you think. Don't give up." His words offer some comfort, but they don't erase the doubts swirling in my mind. I've been pushing myself to keep up with Maverick's demanding schedule, trying to prove that I can handle this job. But what if I'm not cut out for it? What if I'm just fooling myself? I glance at Maverick's schedule for the day. He'll be home soon from practice, and there are meetings and events lined up for the rest of the week. The thought of facing him again makes my stomach churn. Maybe quitting is the right choice. Maybe it's time to admit that this world isn't meant for me. I stand up and walk over to the window, looking out at the city skyline. The lights twinkle in the distance, a stark contrast to the darkness inside me.
Chapter 10. Maverick. I lace up my skates, the locker room buzzing with the usual pre-practice energy. The kiss from a few nights ago lingers at the edge of my mind like a song I can't shake. I focus on the routine, tightening the laces, adjusting my pads. Anything to drown out thoughts of Tyree. "Hey, Camden, you good?" Carter, one of our forwards, slaps me on the shoulder. "Yeah, just ready to get on the ice," I reply, my tone clipped. No way am I spilling my guts about some girl, Brody's sister no less. Practice starts, and I'm in my element. The ice is where I thrive. Pucks fly toward me, but I block each one with precision. My career comes first. Always has, always will. There's no reason to mess things up with complications like Tyree. I've worked too hard to let distractions in now. After practice, I shower quickly and head back to my penthouse. It's been a couple of days since that kiss, and I've kept things strictly professional with Tyree since then. No need to lead her on or give her any ideas. She's doing better with her job, and that's what matters. When I walk into the penthouse, Tyree is sitting at the kitchen counter, laptop open and phone pressed to her ear. "Yes, Mr. Wilkins, we can reschedule that interview for Friday at noon." "Great, thank you." She looks up as I enter, giving me a tight smile before going back to her work. Good. Keeping it professional is the best way to go. "Everything on track?" I ask, grabbing a bottle of water from the fridge. "Yep," she replies without looking up. Your schedule's updated and your equipment is ready for tomorrow's game. Perfect. I nod, trying to ignore the way her hair falls over her shoulder or how she bites her lip when she's focused. I remind myself that there are plenty of women out there, beautiful women who don't come with complications like being Brody's sister or working for me. Why complicate things? I'm Maverick Camden. I can have any girl I want without all this mess. She stands up and gathers her things. I'll be in my room if you need anything. Thanks, I say, turning away before those damn memories of our childhood or that kiss can cloud my mind again. As she walks away, I take a deep breath and focus on what matters. Hockey. This distraction ends here and now. The next day, I lean against the doorframe of my office, watching Tyree navigate what's shaping up to be a nightmare of a day. The kitchen island is a mess, but Tyree seems to know exactly where everything is. She's got her phone pressed to one ear, typing furiously on her laptop and scribbling notes on a pad beside her. She's juggling 3 things at once and looks more in control than I've ever seen her. Mr. Leland, I understand your concerns, but I assure you, Maverick will be there for the photo shoot next week. We had to reschedule due to an urgent team commitment. Her voice is calm, steady. I'm impressed despite myself. Leland's a tough sponsor, never satisfied, always demanding more. Most people buckle under his pressure, but Tyree holds her ground. Yes, I'll personally make sure the logistics are flawless, she continues. Thank you for your understanding. She ends the call and immediately dials another number. Hi, this is Tyree Morrison calling to confirm Mr. Camden's travel arrangements for tomorrow. She pauses, listening intently. No, that won't work. He needs to be in New York by 3 p.m. for the press conference. Her ability to handle these last-minute changes without breaking a sweat is something I didn't expect from her. She looks up briefly and catches my eye. There's a flicker of uncertainty there, but she quickly refocuses on the task at hand. Can we push his departure to 11 a.m. instead? Perfect, thank you. She hangs up and sighs deeply, but quickly straightens up as another call comes in. I step back into my office, grabbing my phone to check my schedule. Everything seems in order. She's made sure of that. As I watch her from my desk, I can't help but feel a pang of guilt for doubting her abilities initially. Tyree's proving herself more capable than I gave her credit for. She finishes her calls and leans back in her chair, rubbing her temples. The strain shows briefly on her face before she composes herself again and returns to typing away on her laptop. She's got guts, I'll give her that. Handling sponsors like Leland and coordinating last-minute travel isn't easy. Maybe I've underestimated what she can bring to the table. I watch Tyree from the doorway of my office. She's a whirlwind of efficiency, handling calls and organizing my chaotic schedule like she was born for it. Each time she navigates another hurdle, my respect for her ticks up a notch. She's not just an assistant, she's a force. Still, I keep my distance. It's safer that way. The last thing I need is complications messing with my head before the big game. At practice, I skate hard, focusing on each movement, each save. The ice has always been my sanctuary. But today, thoughts of Tyree intrude, no matter how hard I push myself. During a break, I find Coach Andy leaning against the boards, sipping from his water bottle. Hey, Andy, I say, grabbing a bottle for myself. What's going on? He raises an eyebrow, sensing I've got something on my mind. It's Tyree, I start, unsure how to frame what I want to say. She's been doing well. Andy smirks. Well, coming from you, that's high praise. I mean it, I insist. She's handling everything better than I expected. Rescheduling interviews, managing sponsors, even Leland. Andy whistles low. Leland? That guy's a nightmare. Tell me about it, I say, shaking my head. But she stood her ground with him, made sure everything was set for next week. She's proving you wrong then, Andy notes with a grin. I nod slowly. Yeah, maybe I underestimated her. Andy claps me on the back. Good to hear you admit it. Brody was right about her. I guess he was. Admitting that stings a bit, but it's true. I finish practice, feeling the familiar burn in my muscles. The locker room empties out, and I head home, my thoughts drifting back to Tyree. She's been handling things better than I expected. No, better than anyone could have expected. As I drive through the city streets, her face keeps popping up in my mind. Her calm voice on the phone, her focused expression as she navigates my chaotic schedule. I park in the garage and ride the elevator up to the penthouse. The doors slide open, revealing the expansive living area. Tyree's sitting at the dining table, surrounded by papers and her laptop. She looks up as I enter, giving me a small nod before returning to her work. Dinner's already laid out on the table. Grilled chicken, roasted vegetables, and some kind of fancy salad. She's even set out a bottle of wine. I didn't ask for this, but she did it anyway. A small gesture, but it hits me harder than I'd like to admit. Thanks, I say shortly, taking a seat across from her. Sure, she replies without looking up from her screen. I figured you'd be hungry after practice. I eat in silence for a while, the clinking of silverware filling the space between us. I watch her from across the table, noticing how she's changed since she first arrived. There's a quiet determination about her now, a confidence that wasn't there before. As I chew on a piece of chicken, I can't help but think about how cold I've been towards her since that kiss. Was it really necessary? Or was it just me being afraid of letting someone get too close? She glances up at me and our eyes meet briefly before she looks away again. There's something there. Something I can't quite put my finger on. I finish my plate and push it aside, leaning back in my chair. Tyree's still working, her fingers flying over the keyboard. As we clean up together in silence, I realize something. Maybe my fears are pushing away someone who could actually mean something to me. But admitting that, acting on it, that's a whole different story. Later, lying in bed staring at the ceiling, my mind refuses to quiet down. Tyree's face floats before me again and again. Maybe it's time to rethink things.
Chapter 11. Tyree. Jason's laughter cuts through the locker room like a knife. I clench my fists, willing myself to stay calm. He saunters over, that smug grin plastered on his face. Hey, Tyree, he drawls, eyes glinting with mischief. Have you messed up Maverick's schedule again yet? When's the circus coming to town? I force a smile, though my jaw tightens. Jason, do you ever get tired of hearing your own voice? The room goes silent. A few heads turn, surprise flickering in their eyes. Jason blinks, momentarily thrown off balance. What did you just say? He steps closer, looming over me. I stand my ground. You heard me. Instead of wasting time mocking others, maybe focus on improving your game, or is being a bully the only thing you're good at? A few of the guys chuckle, and Jason's face darkens. Watch it, he growls. No, I snap back, feeling a surge of confidence. You watch it. I'm here to do my job, just like you are. If you have a problem with that, take it up with Maverick. Jason's mouth opens and closes like a fish out of water. The locker room seems to hold its breath. Then, to my surprise, he steps back. Fine, he mutters, retreating to his locker. The tension in the room eases as the guys return to their routines. I take a deep breath, my heart still racing from the confrontation. Nice one, someone mutters as they pass by. I nod slightly, but keep my focus forward, heading towards Maverick's office to finalize his media appointments for the day. The weight of what just happened sinks in slowly. I stood up for myself and didn't back down. Just as I'm about to leave the locker room entirely, another player, a younger guy whose name escapes me, leans in as he ties his skates. Respect, he murmurs under his breath. I offer him a small smile before stepping out into the corridor. As I walk away, a newfound sense of pride settles in my chest. The charity event is in full swing. and the energy in the room buzzes like an electric current. I weave through the crowd, my eyes scanning for Maverick. He's surrounded by a group of eager fans, all vying for his attention. I check my watch. 10 minutes until his speech. I approach him, touching his arm lightly to get his attention. "Maverick, it's almost time for your speech," I say, keeping my voice calm and steady despite the chaos around us. He glances down at me, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Got it." I step back, allowing him to finish his conversation, while mentally ticking off items on my checklist. The media interviews are next, followed by meet and greet with the sponsors. Everything needs to flow seamlessly. As Maverick moves to the stage, I make my way to the media area. The reporters are already gathered, microphones and cameras poised. I catch the eye of Maverick's manager and give him a quick nod. He returns it, a rare look of approval in his eyes. Maverick's speech is brief but impactful, and as he steps down from the stage, I'm right there to guide him towards the media area. The transition is smooth. No wasted time, no confusion. "Mr. Camden," one of the reporters calls out as soon as we reach them. "A few words about tonight's event?" He handles their questions with practiced ease while I stand slightly behind him, making sure everything stays on track. When the interviews wrap up, I signal to Maverick that it's time for the meet and greet. We move to the sponsor area next. Maverick mingles effortlessly with them, while I keep an eye on the clock and ensure no one monopolizes too much of his time. I catch snippets of conversations, compliments on Maverick's performance, promises of continued support for his team, and smile inwardly at how well everything is going. A quick glance at my phone shows that we're right on schedule. The final item on the agenda is a photo session with some young fans who have been eagerly waiting their turn. "Maverick," I say softly, when there's a lull in his conversation with the sponsor. "Time for photos with the kids." He nods and follows me over to where they're waiting. Their faces light up when they see him, and he kneels down to their level, engaging them in conversation, while the photographer snaps away. As the last photo is taken, and Maverick stands up, he looks at me with genuine appreciation in his eyes. The next day, I step into the locker room with a sense of cautious optimism. Yesterday's charity event went off without a hitch, and I'm hoping it's enough to shift some perceptions. The usual hum of conversation fills the air, but there's a noticeable difference in the way people look at me. As I head toward Maverick's office to drop off his revised schedule, a voice stops me in my tracks. "Hey, Tyree." I turn to see Brett, one of the team's forwards, grinning at me. "Nice job yesterday. Heard everything went smooth." A small wave of relief washes over me. "Thanks, Brett. It was a team effort." He nods appreciatively before jogging off to join the others. My steps feel lighter as I continue to Maverick's office. Just as I reach for the doorknob, Jason appears around the corner. He only gives me a passing glance before heading to his locker, which feels like an achievement in itself. Inside Maverick's office, I place the schedule on his desk and turn to leave, but the door swings open and Maverick strides in. "Morning," he says, eyes scanning the schedule I've just placed down. "Morning," I reply, waiting for his reaction. He glances up at me after reading through it. "Good job on this. It's exactly what we need." A sense of pride swells in my chest, making me stand a little taller. "Glad to hear that," I reply, trying to keep my voice steady. He nods, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Keep it up, Tyree. We've got a lot riding on this season." His tone is firm, but there's an underlying warmth that makes my heart skip a beat. "I will," I promise, feeling a surge of determination. "Anything else you need from me?" He shakes his head. "Not right now. Just keep doing what you're doing." He turns his attention back to the schedule, and I take that as my cue to leave. Later, as I watch Maverick glide effortlessly across the ice, A sense of accomplishment warms me from the inside. The guys are acknowledging my presence now, not as an outsider, but as part of the team. The memory of Jason's mocking feels like a distant echo, almost laughable in its pettiness. I step back, my eyes on Maverick as he executes a flawless save. His intensity is palpable. Even from the sidelines, he's in his element, completely focused. I can't help but feel a surge of pride, knowing I've contributed to his ability to concentrate without distractions. "Tyree," Coach Harris calls out, pulling me from my thoughts. He waves me over and I jog to his side. "You've been doing good work," he says, his eyes never leaving the ice. "The team's noticed." "Thank you, Coach," I reply, trying to keep my voice steady despite the rush of gratitude. He nods curtly and returns to shouting instructions at the players. I stand there for a moment, absorbing his words. It's one thing to get a pat on the back from Brett or even Maverick. It's another to receive recognition from Coach Harris. Practice wraps up, and I head back to Maverick's office to finalize some travel plans for an upcoming game. As I work through the logistics, my phone buzzes with a text from Brody. "How's it going? Hanging in there?" I smile at the screen before typing a quick reply. "Better than hanging in there? Actually starting to feel like I belong here." I hit send and take a deep breath, leaning back in my chair. The past few days have been intense but rewarding. Each small victory builds on the last, creating a solid foundation beneath my feet. The door opens and Maverick walks in, still slightly sweaty from practice, but looking more relaxed than I've seen him in days. "Hey," he says casually. "Got those travel plans sorted?" "All set," I reply confidently. "You're good to go." He glances at me, and for a moment, something unspoken passes between us. A shared acknowledgement of how far we've come since that awkward first meeting in his penthouse. "Great," he says finally, breaking the moment. "Keep it up." I nod, feeling more determined than ever. This is where I'm meant to be, right here amidst the chaos and challenges, proving not just to Maverick or the team, but to myself that I can handle it all.
Chapter 12. Maverick. I'm on my way to the locker room when I hear raised voices. Jason's voice grates on my nerves, echoing through the hallway. I pause outside the door, unseen but listening intently. "Hey, Tyree," he drawls, eyes glinting with mischief. "Have you messed up Maverick's schedule again yet? When's the circus coming to town?" Tyree's voice is calm but firm. "Jason, do you ever get tired of hearing your own voice?" The room goes silent. Even from my spot, I can sense the tension spike. Jason blinks, clearly not expecting her to bite back. "What did you just say?" He steps closer, trying to intimidate her with his bulk, but she doesn't flinch. "You heard me. Instead of wasting time mocking others, maybe focus on improving your game. Or is being a bully the only thing you're good at?" A few of the guys chuckle under their breath, and Jason's face darkens like a storm cloud ready to burst. "Watch it!" he growls. "No," Tyree snaps back, her voice steady and unwavering. "You watch it. I'm here to do my job just like you are. If you have a problem with that, take it up with Maverick." I smirk in the shadows, impressed by her fortitude and grace under pressure. She's standing her ground and calling out his crap without hesitation. Jason's bluster fizzles out. He looks around and realizes he's lost his audience. With a scowl, he backs off, muttering something under his breath. I take a deep breath and step away from the door before she can notice me lingering. As I walk down the corridor, my respect for Tyree climbs another notch. She's proving herself in ways I hadn't anticipated. Back in my office, I sink into my chair and lean back, contemplating what just happened. It takes guts to stand up to someone like Jason. Guts and a whole lot of confidence that I didn't think Tyree had yet. I run a hand through my hair and pick up my phone, scrolling through messages without really seeing them. For a moment, I consider calling Brody to tell him about Tyree's little victory today. But then I think better of it. This is something Tyree earned on her own. Maybe I've underestimated her all this time. I put down the phone and turned back to my work, curious about how much more she can handle, and how much more I'll get to see of that strength she's been hiding all along. I step onto the ice, feeling the familiar chill seep through my gear. Practice is my sanctuary. Here, I don't have to think about anything but the puck and the goal. The sound of skates carving into the ice, sticks clashing, and pucks hitting the boards fills the air. "All right, let's run it again," Coach shouts. I focus, blocking shot after shot, pushing my body to its limits. It's only when we take a break that my mind drifts back to Tyree. She's been handling everything thrown her way with surprising grit. Her fiery retort to Jason still plays in my head. Damn, she's got guts. In the locker room, I catch glimpses of her moving efficiently outside, managing schedules and talking to reporters with a newfound confidence. She doesn't look flustered anymore. She looks like she belongs. "Mav," Coach calls me over to join the team for a meeting about the upcoming game. We go over strategies and potential lineups. My mind keeps wandering back to Tyree, though. Every time she crosses my line of sight, I feel this strange pull. Dinner comes around, and I find myself sitting across from her at the table in my penthouse. We don't talk much, just small talk about the team and upcoming events. But there's an undercurrent I can't ignore. She glances up at me from her notes, her green eyes locking onto mine for a moment longer than necessary. There's something there, a connection I didn't see before. "Is there anything else you need for tomorrow's event?" she asks, keeping it strictly business. "No, you've covered everything," I reply, keeping my tone even though my thoughts are far from professional. As we finish dinner and clear the table, I can't help but think about how easy it would be to lean over and kiss her again. But I hold back. She deserves more than a half-hearted attempt at romance from a guy who spent his life avoiding anything serious. Later that night, after meetings and finalizing details for tomorrow's events, I find myself alone in my room. The silence is deafening. My mind drifts back to Tyree again and again, her smile when she's managed something difficult, her laugh when she's relaxed. Maybe it's time I admit it. My feelings for Tyree run deeper than I'd ever let on. Maybe there is a first time for everything, including giving us a real shot at something meaningful. I shake off the thought and focus on tomorrow's game plan, but no matter how hard I try to push it aside, Tyree's face keeps popping back into my mind. I can't deny it any longer. She's not just an assistant anymore. She's become someone I can't stop thinking about. And maybe that's not such a bad thing after all. The next day, I'm not so sure anymore. The moment I see the headline, my blood runs cold. Maverick Camden's team strategy leaked. Inside scoop from a source close to the team. The words blur as anger surges through me. This is bad. Really bad. It could cost us the game. Hell, it could cost us the season. I storm through the penthouse, my mind racing. Only a few people knew about this strategy, and Tyree was one of them. She was there during that strategy meeting, sitting in the corner while Coach laid out our plan. I find her in the living room, typing away on her laptop. She looks up and smiles, but it quickly fades when she sees my expression. "What's wrong?" she asks, her voice tinged with concern. "You want to tell me why our team strategy is plastered all over the media?" I throw the newspaper onto the coffee table in front of her. Her eyes widen as she scans the article. "Maverick, I have no idea what you're talking about." "Nom Jeves," I snap. "You were there when Coach went over everything. How else would this get out?" She stands up. "I swear, I didn't leak anything. I was there, yes, but I didn't even understand half of what was being discussed." My fists clench at my sides, my vision going red. "So you're saying it's just a coincidence? That someone else leaked this information?" Her green eyes bore into mine, unwavering. "Yes, I would never do something like that to you or your team." I pace back and forth, trying to control my anger. The circumstantial evidence points directly at her, too directly to ignore. "You really expect me to believe that? Are you kidding right now?" She takes a step closer, her voice steady but desperate. You have to believe me, Maverick. I'm here to help you, not sabotage you. I stop and stare at her, searching for any sign of deceit in her eyes, but finding none. My head's a mess. Anger and doubt twist inside me like a vice grip. Why should I trust you? I demand. Because I've done nothing but work my ass off for you since I got here, she shoots back, fire in her eyes now matching mine. I can't believe you would think I could do this to you. She turns to grab her laptop and rushes to her room, but not before I see the telltale streaks of tears running down her face. The sound of her door slamming echoes through the penthouse. Damn. Was I wrong? I stand there staring at the closed door. The echo of the slam still rings in my ears, and an unsettling feeling creeps over me. I run a hand through my hair, the tension in my muscles turning into something else, something much worse. Regret gnaws at my insides. Almost immediately after the confrontation, I realize how harsh my words were. I acted on impulse, letting my anger dictate my actions without thinking it through. Tyree's face flashes in my mind, her eyes wide with shock and hurt. Damn it. I pace the room, frustration building but now directed at myself. I should have known better than to accuse her without any concrete evidence. She's been nothing but dedicated since she started working for me, going above and beyond to manage the chaos that is my life. I take a deep breath and move toward her door, hesitating just outside it. I lift my hand to knock but pause. What if she doesn't want to see me? What if I've damaged things between us beyond repair? Leaning against the doorframe, I close my eyes and try to think clearly. The last thing I want is to drive her away after all she's done for me, and because of a baseless accusation at that. I hear a muffled sob from inside her room, and it feels like a punch to the gut. I've hurt her, really hurt her this time. Damn it, I mutter under my breath, wishing more than anything that I could take back what I said. I slump against the wall next to her door, head resting in my hands. The weight of my mistake settles heavily on my shoulders. She doesn't deserve this, especially not from me. Regret floods every part of me as I sit there, realizing just how badly I may have screwed up, and how much work it's going to take to fix this mess if she'll even let me try.
Chapter 13. Tyree. I can't believe what just happened. Maverick's accusation slices through me like a blade, sharp and unyielding. The weight of his doubt crushes me. I stumble back to my bedroom, my sanctuary now feeling like a prison cell. As soon as the door closes behind me, the tears come in torrents. I collapse onto my bed, burying my face in the pillow to muffle the sobs that rack my body. How could he think that of me? After everything we've been through, after every step forward I've taken in this unforgiving world of his, it feels like a punch to the gut. I curl up tighter, trying to make myself small enough to disappear. The accusations replay in my head on an endless loop. Every time I close my eyes, I see his face twisted with anger and disappointment. Hours pass, but time means nothing now. My body trembles with exhaustion and emotional overload. Sleep finally claims me in fits and starts, my dreams haunted by Maverick's accusing eyes. In those brief moments of sleep, the lines between dreams and reality blur. One moment I'm back in our childhood days, playing pranks with Brody and Maverick. The next, I'm reliving today's confrontation over and over again. Each time I wake up gasping for breath, my pillow is soaked with tears. Finally, sheer exhaustion pulls me into a deeper slumber, though it's anything but restful. When I wake up, the room is bathed in the soft light of dawn. My eyes are swollen and my body aches, but a new resolve pulses through me. Maverick's words echo in my mind, but now they fuel my determination instead of crushing my spirit. I sit up and swing my legs over the side of the bed, taking a deep breath. There's no time for wallowing. I need to clear my name. I need to show Maverick he was wrong about me. Grabbing my phone from the nightstand, I scroll through my call history. There it is, a lengthy call to Brody during that practice session. I remember it clearly now. Brody had needed advice about something trivial, and we ended up talking for nearly an hour. I hit his number, and he picks up on the third ring. Tyree, what's up? His voice is groggy. I must have woken him up. I need your help, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. Do you remember that call we had a few days ago, during Maverick's practice? Yeah, what about it? I need you to confirm that we were on the phone the whole time. It's important. Of course, Brody says without hesitation. What's going on? I'll explain later, I promise him before hanging up. Next, I grab my laptop and start piecing together every bit of evidence I can find. I pull up emails, messages, and even security footage from the building that shows me leaving for lunch right after our call ended. The more pieces I gather, the stronger my case becomes. Despite my resolve to prove myself innocent, the weight of Maverick's accusation hangs heavy over me. The looks from his team and staff are colder, more scrutinizing. People who were just starting to accept me now look at me with suspicion. I walk into the staff kitchen at the arena, my steps hesitant. The usual morning bustle is replaced with an uneasy silence. I can feel eyes on me, judgment in their stares. Maverick's assistant coach, Pete, is the first to speak. Morning, he says, but there's no warmth in his voice. Morning, I reply, trying to keep my tone neutral. I busy myself with making coffee, each movement deliberate and controlled. The air feels thick with unspoken words. You okay? One of the equipment managers asks, though it sounds more like a formality than genuine concern. Fine, I lie, forcing a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. As I stir my coffee, I catch snippets of whispered conversations. My name pops up more than once, each mention a dagger to my already fragile confidence. I heard she was here when the strategy was discussed. Can you believe it? After everything, I grip my teeth and force myself to take a deep breath. I won't let their doubts break me, but the isolation wraps around me like a suffocating blanket. Every friendly face now wears a mask of doubt. Just yesterday, they were starting to see me as part of the team. Today, I'm the outsider again. I take my coffee and retreat to Maverick's office, needing a moment away from the prying eyes and whispered suspicions. The walls seem to close in around me, as if they too are judging me. Sitting at my desk, I open my laptop and dive back into gathering evidence. Each piece feels like a lifeline in this sea of doubt. But even as I collect these fragments, a part of me wonders if it will be enough. Trust, once broken, is hard to mend. And right now, it feels like everyone has already made up their minds about me. Finally, I have more than enough to prove my innocence. My fingers hover over the keyboard. Taking a deep breath, I start typing, my tone professional, but with an edge of coldness that mirrors my feelings. Subject: clarification on recent accusation. Maverick, I am writing to address the recent accusation regarding the leaked team strategy. Attached are several pieces of evidence that I believe will demonstrate my innocence in this matter. Phone call records. On the day in question, I had an extended phone call with my brother Brody during your practice session. The call log shows we were on the phone for nearly an hour, spanning the entire time the strategy was being discussed. Security footage. I have obtained security footage from our building that shows me leaving for lunch immediately after my call with Brody ended. The timestamp confirms I wasn't present during any further sensitive discussions. Emails and messages. I've included screenshots of my email and messaging history for that day. There are no communications related to team strategies or any interactions that could have led to a leak. I understand the gravity of this situation and how it impacts not only your career, but also the team's performance and morale. However, it is essential to base accusations on concrete evidence rather than assumptions. Respectfully, Tyree Morrison. I reread the email, making sure every point is clear and backed by evidence. Each word is measured, every sentence crafted to convey professionalism, while still reflecting my hurt and disappointment. Satisfied with the content, I attach all the files: call logs, security footage screenshots, email snapshots. My heart races as I hover over the send button. This isn't just about clearing my name. It's about proving to Maverick and myself that I belong here. With one final deep breath, I click send. The email disappears into cyberspace, carrying with it my hopes for vindication and a small piece of my resolve. I close my laptop and sit back, staring at the ceiling. How did it come to this? From almost being part of something to feeling more alone than ever. The resolve to clear my name burns bright within me, but so does the ache of isolation and mistrust. The thought of leaving for good hits me like a freight train. As I sit at my desk, staring blankly at the wall, the reality of my situation sinks in. No matter how hard I try, no matter how much evidence I gather to clear my name, the damage is done. The doubt is already planted in their minds. I push my chair back and stand up, pacing the small office. My heart aches with every beat, each one a painful reminder of Maverick's harsh words and accusing eyes. Leaving might be the only option left. I walk over to the window and look out at the cityscape. The bustling life below seems so distant, so far removed from my own turmoil. My reflection in the glass looks tired, worn out. I don't recognize the person staring back at me. Springdale feels like a lifetime ago, a place where life was simpler, where I knew who I was and where I belonged. Yes, I craved adventure, but at least I felt accepted. Here, in Maverick's world of high stakes and constant scrutiny, I'm an outsider. No matter how hard I try to fit in, it feels like I'm always one step behind, always on the verge of falling apart. The thought of going back home brings a bittersweet sense of relief. It's not defeat, it's survival. Maybe this world isn't meant for someone like me. Maybe I'm not cut out for the relentless pace and unyielding expectations. I take a deep breath and turn away from the window, my mind racing. There's no use fighting a battle that's already lost.
Chapter 14. Maverick. Tyree's email sits in my inbox, its subject line a stark reminder of my colossal screw-up. Her words hit harder than a puck to the gut. Guilt gnaws at me, demanding action. I lean back in my chair, running a hand through my hair. This is on me. I need to fix it. I need to find the real culprit. First step, retrace my steps. The strategy session was tight-knit, just the team and essential staff. That narrows it down. I grab my phone and dial Coach. Hey, Coach, got a minute? Maverick, what's up? I lean back, exhaling. I need to talk about that leaked strategy. We've got to find out who's behind it. Coach grunts, the frustration clear in his voice. Agreed. It's a mess. What do you have in mind? First off, let's go over who was there. I list the names one by one as Coach confirms. After hanging up, I sketch out a timeline on a piece of paper. Who had access? Who had motive? My pen hovers over the names. Teammates, assistants, trainers. One name stands out. Jason, our backup goalie. He's been gunning for my spot since he joined the team. He'd do anything to get an edge, even sabotage our game plan. I stroll into the locker room, scanning the faces of my teammates. Everyone's busy, prepping for practice, joking around. Jason sits on a bench, lacing up his skates with a scowl. I approach Leo, our defenseman. Hey Leo, got a sec? Sure, Mav. What's up? He leans against his locker, arms crossed. About that strategy leak. Have you noticed anything off lately? Anyone acting weird? Leo scratches his chin, thinking. Now that you mention it, Jason's been real twitchy. Keeps to himself more than usual. Yeah? Anything specific? He shrugs. Just a vibe, man. But you know how it is. I nod and move on to Brad, our winger. He's laughing with a couple of rookies, but falls silent when he sees me coming. "Brad," I say, keeping my tone casual. "Got any thoughts on who might have leaked our playbook?" Brad frowns. "Not really. But I did see Jason with Coach's laptop last week. Didn't think much of it then." My jaw clenches. "Thanks, Brad." As I leave the locker room, pieces start falling into place. Jason had access and motive, but it's all circumstantial. No hard evidence yet. I head back to my office, each step heavier than the last. Once inside, I slam the door shut and drop into my chair. Frustration boils in my chest. Jason fits the profile, ambitious, competitive, and he had it out for Tyree since the start. But without concrete proof, confronting him would be risky. I stare at my desk cluttered with schedules and notes Tyree meticulously organized for me. My eyes land on her empty chair. I run a hand through my hair again and let out a long sigh. How did everything get so messed up? I need more than suspicions. I need facts. My phone buzzes on the desk, an email notification lighting up the screen. Ignoring it for now, I grab a notepad and start jotting down every detail I can remember about Jason's behavior recently. A knock on the door pulls me from my thoughts. "Come in!" I bark. Coach steps inside, closing the door behind him. "Any luck?" "Not yet," I admit, frustration clear in my voice. "But I've got a hunch." Coach raises an eyebrow but says nothing. "We'll need more than hunches," he finally says before leaving me alone with my thoughts once again. I lean back in my chair, staring at the ceiling as if it holds the answers I'm looking for. Proof. I need proof. An idea hits me, and it's so obvious I practically facepalm for not thinking of it earlier. Who better to ask but the person who received the information? Picking up my phone, I dial the number of the journalist who broke the story. The line rings, each buzz grating on my nerves. "Yeah?" The voice on the other end sounds casual, almost bored. "This is Maverick Camden," I state, tone flat but firm. "We need to talk about that leaked strategy document." "Look, Mr. Camden." "Cut the crap," I snap. "I want to know who your source is." Silence stretches out and I can almost hear the gears turning in his head. "I can't reveal—" "You will," I growl, "or you'll find yourself banned from every press event we hold from now on." A heavy sigh follows. All right. But you didn't hear it from me. It was Jason Keller." I hang up without another word and head straight to the locker room. Jason's there, lounging like he owns the place. "Hey Maverick, what's up?" He smirks, eyes gleaming with false innocence. "You tell me," I reply coldly. "Care to explain why you leaked our strategy?" His face pales slightly before he recovers with a sneer. "What are you talking about?" "I know it was you," I say, stepping closer, voice low and dangerous. "Don't play dumb." He shrugs, trying to act nonchalant but failing miserably. "So what if it was? That little assistant of yours deserved it." Rage bubbles up inside me, but I force myself to stay calm. "You had no right," I hiss through clenched teeth. Jason's bravado crumbles under my glare. "Look, man, I was pissed off, okay? She made me look bad in front of everyone." "You're done here," I warn him before turning on my heel and storming out. Tyree's innocent in all this mess, and now it's on me to make things right again. I whip out my phone and send a quick text to Coach Andy. "Need to talk about the leak ASAP." Instead of waiting for a reply, I storm into the management office, my anger barely contained. Coach Andy's there, his face hardening when he sees me. "We need to talk," I start, voice clipped. He gestures to a chair, but I remain standing, my hands fisted at my sides. "It was Jason. He's the one who leaked the strategy." Coach Andy's eyes widen slightly, then narrow in thought. "Are you sure about this?" "Positive," I snap, my voice hard. "I spoke to the journalist who broke the story. Jason admitted it. I can feel the heat rising in my chest, the betrayal cutting deep. He said he was pissed off because he felt sidelined, thought it would teach us a lesson." Andy leans back, rubbing his temples. Damn it, this is a mess. No kidding, I bite out. We need to handle this, and fast. We can't let this kind of disloyalty slide. Andy nods, his brows furrowed. So it wasn't Tyree, he states, watching for my reaction. I know, I reply, the weight of my mistake settling in my gut. I jump to conclusions about her. I was wrong. Andy's eyes meet mine, surprise flickering in them. You're admitting you were wrong? Yeah, I say, exhaling sharply. I let my frustration cloud my judgment. Tyree had nothing to do with it. Coach Andy nods slowly. All right, we'll handle it from here. I want Jason out, I demand, leaning over his desk. He's a liability to this team. We'll take appropriate action, Coach assures me, though his tone is wary. It's not enough, I insist. Tyree's been through hell because of this. We'll clear her name, he promises. That's not all, I add, a knot forming in my stomach. I need to apologize to her. Coach Andy raises an eyebrow but says nothing. I screwed up, I continue, voice tight with regret. I need to make it right. You will, he says finally. But first, let us deal with Jason. I nod, stepping back from the desk. The adrenaline drains from me, leaving exhaustion in its wake. Thanks, I mutter before turning and walking out of the office. The hallway feels endless as I make my way back to the locker room. Each step echoes with the weight of what I have to do next, face Tyree and admit just how badly I messed up. But first things first, management needs to handle Jason and set things right for Tyree. And me? I have to apologize to Tyree. My mind races as I head back to the penthouse, trying to find a way to fix things with Tyree. The elevator ride feels like it takes forever, the silence pressing in on me. I can't stop replaying the moment I messed up, the look on her face when she realized what had happened. I need to find the right words, the right way to show her I'm serious about making things right.
Chapter 15. Tyree. The park's vibrant colors feel muted as I wander aimlessly along the winding paths. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, but the calm doesn't reach me. My heart feels heavy, dragging me down with every step. I pause by a bench, staring blankly at a couple laughing nearby. Their joy seems so distant, like a foreign language I can't comprehend. The accusation still echoes in my mind, each word a fresh wound. How did it come to this? I think of Springdale, my small hometown where life moved at a slower pace, and trust wasn't something you had to earn daily. A place where Brody and I spent countless hours playing in the backyard, dreaming about futures that seemed both impossible and within reach. Maybe going back is the answer. Sitting down, I rest my head in my hands, trying to make sense of everything. Maverick's words cut deep. I had trusted him, thought we were finally building something genuine amidst all the chaos. But now it feels like I'm on the outside looking in, no matter how hard I've worked or how much I've tried to fit in. A dog runs by, chasing a ball with unbridled enthusiasm. It reminds me of simpler times when everything wasn't so complicated. When did life become this maze of expectations and misunderstandings? My phone buzzes in my pocket, but I ignore it. Probably Brody checking up on me again, or another reminder of something I've already failed at. The thought of explaining everything to him makes my stomach churn. The idea of packing up and leaving Maverick's world behind grows stronger with each passing minute. Maybe it's time to accept that some dreams just aren't meant to be chased. I get up and start walking again, trying to clear my head. The city sounds blur into one continuous hum, drowning out my thoughts momentarily. Can I really go back home? What would that even look like? It's not just about leaving this job. It's about giving up on everything I've tried to build here. A tear escapes down my cheek before I can wipe it away. Doubts swirl around me like the autumn leaves scattered on the path. What if this isn't where I belong? What if I'm just not cut out for this life? As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the park, one thing becomes painfully clear. Maybe returning home is my only option now. The elevator doors slide open, revealing the familiar sleek interior of Maverick's penthouse. I step inside, the scent of my favorite takeout hitting me like a wave of nostalgia. My stomach growls, but it's more out of anxiety than hunger. Maverick stands by the kitchen island, his intense blue eyes meeting mine. There's a softness in his gaze I haven't seen before, and it catches me off guard. He's usually all business, all control. This is different. "Tyree," he starts, his voice steady but not harsh. "We need to talk." I nod, unsure of what to say or expect. He gestures to the table where our takeout is neatly laid out, my favorite dishes from that little Thai place down the street. The effort he's gone through to get this isn't lost on me. "Sit," he says, and I comply, my heart pounding in my chest. He sits across from me, taking a deep breath. "I owe you an apology." I blink, trying to process his words. Apologies aren't something Maverick dishes out easily. "I know it wasn't you who leaked the team's strategy," he continues, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that almost makes me look away. "It was Jason." My mind races as I recall Jason's smirks and offhand comments over the past weeks. It makes sense now. "Jason?" My voice trembles slightly, but I keep my gaze steady on Maverick. "He was jealous," Maverick explains. "Thought if he could make you look bad, it would somehow elevate him in the team's eyes." He shakes his head in disgust. "Management is handling it now." I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Relief floods through me, but it's quickly followed by a swirl of other emotions. Anger, hurt, confusion. Maverick leans forward, his expression earnest. "I should have believed you from the start. You've been nothing but dedicated since you got here." His words chip away at the wall of doubt and hurt that's been building inside me. "I'm sorry," he adds quietly. I study him for a moment longer, searching for any hint of insincerity, but finding none. His apology feels genuine, surprising, given his usual alpha demeanor. "Maverick, I appreciate your apology. I really do. But I don't know if I can do this anymore." His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. I continue, "this whole situation has been a lot for me, and while I've tried my best to adapt and fit in, I keep feeling like an outsider, like I don't belong here." He leans back, crossing his arms. "Tyree." "No, please, let me finish," I interrupt gently. "I've given it a lot of thought, and maybe it's just time for me to go back home. This world, it's not what I imagined." The room falls silent, the weight of my words hanging in the air. Maverick's gaze never leaves mine, but he doesn't say anything immediately. "I'm sorry if this leaves you in a bind," I add quietly. "I didn't want to cause any trouble for you or the team." He exhales sharply through his nose, looking frustrated but also contemplative. The tension between us feels palpable. "I can stay for a week or so if you need time to find a replacement," I offer, hoping to ease the blow. "I don't want to leave you hanging." Maverick stands up abruptly, pacing to the window and staring out at the city lights. His shoulders are tense, and he seems lost in thought. "I get it," he finally says, turning back to face me. "This isn't an easy life, and I've probably made it harder than it needed to be." The admission surprises me, but I stay silent, giving him space to process. "Look," he continues after a moment, his tone softer now, almost pleading. "I know I've been hard on you, but you've proven yourself more than capable. Don't let one asshole like Jason make you doubt that." His words warm me slightly, but the doubts still linger in my mind. "It's not just Jason," I say quietly. "It's everything. The pace, the pressure, even you sometimes. I'm sure you can find someone better suited to this world. Someone better for you, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. It hurts to say it, but it feels like the truth. Maverick needs someone who can keep up with him effortlessly, who doesn't constantly stumble through his demanding lifestyle. He turns back from the window, a look of determination in his eyes. You think I can just replace you? His tone is sharp, but there's something else there, something softer. I frown slightly, not understanding where he's going with this. Maverick, you deserve someone who... No one could replace you, he interrupts, stepping closer. The intensity in his eyes makes my breath catch. No one else would reorganize my schedule to give me a break when I need it most. No one else would handle Jason's nonsense and still come out stronger. His words hang between us, and I feel a warmth spread through me. Is he really saying this? I've been an idiot, he continues, his voice lowering. Pushing you away was the dumbest thing I've done. My heart races as he closes the distance between us. His hand reaches out to gently touch my cheek, and I feel a shiver run down my spine. Maverick, I start, but he shakes his head slightly. Just let me say this, he murmurs. You've been everything I didn't know I needed. And if anyone's better suited for me, it's you. The sincerity in his voice leaves me speechless. He leans in slowly, giving me a chance to pull away if I want to. But I don't. Our lips meet in a soft kiss that quickly deepens, igniting a fire that melts away all the tension and unspoken feelings between us. It feels like coming home after being lost for so long. His hand slides to the back of my neck, pulling me closer, and I can feel the raw intensity of his emotions. Every touch, every breath we share feels like a promise of something real, something lasting. My fingers tangle in his hair as I surrender to the moment, letting myself believe that this is where I'm meant to be. When we finally pull back, we're both breathing heavily, foreheads touching as we take in the moment. Stay, he whispers against my lips. Stay with me.
Chapter 16. Maverick, is it hot in here, or is it just me? Sorry, but YouTube says it's actually too hot to put on the air. But don't worry. If you want to hear the rest of this steamy scene, you'll have to grab it from vixavonromance.com. With code VIXA40, you can even get it for 40% off, a discount that applies to any digital product on Vixa's website. Now, if that isn't hot, I don't know what is.
Chapter 17. Tyree. The sounds of skates slicing the ice and sticks clashing fill the rink. I glance at my watch, making sure everything is on schedule for the media event later. This is becoming routine, but I feel a surge of pride at how smoothly things are running now. Tyree, you free tonight? Sasha, one of the players' girlfriends, calls out from behind me. Her blonde hair glows under the harsh rink lights, her smile genuine. I turn, giving her a nod. Yeah, what's up? A bunch of us are getting together for drinks. Thought you might want to join, she says, casually leaning against the railing. Sure, sounds fun. I feel a rush of warmth. A few weeks ago, I'd have felt too out of place to accept such an invitation. As Maverick's practice wraps up, he skates over, pulling off his helmet. Sweat glistens on his forehead, but there's that familiar, determined look in his eyes. How's everything looking? He asks. All set for the media event, I reply confidently. And I reorganized your schedule so you have some downtime before it starts. He raises an eyebrow. You really are getting good at this. I grin. Well, I had a good teacher. His eyes soften just a bit before he nods and heads towards the locker room. Later that evening, I find myself in a cozy bar with Sasha and a few other girlfriends. The chatter is lively and full of laughter. So how's it working with Mr. Ice King? Gina asks with a teasing smirk. I chuckle. He's intense but fair. It's been a learning curve. Bet he's not always Mr. Serious. Sasha winks at me knowingly. I shrug, unable to hide my smile. He has his moments. The conversation flows easily, and for the first time since starting this job, I feel like I'm part of this world. It's not just about keeping up with Maverick's demanding schedule anymore. It's about finding my place here too. Walking back to the penthouse later that night, I feel a sense of belonging that's new and wonderful. Maybe Maverick's world isn't as intimidating as I once thought. Maybe it's exactly where I'm meant to be. The next morning, I'm in the kitchen, whipping up a batch of pancakes. Maverick walks in, hair damp from his shower, looking more relaxed than I've seen him in weeks. "Smells good," he says, moving closer to peek over my shoulder. I laugh softly. "Just thought I'd make us something nice for breakfast." He leans against the counter, arms crossed, watching me. "You always were good at making the little things special." A warmth spreads through me at his words. I try. As we sit down to eat, the conversation flows effortlessly. We talk about everything and nothing. Childhood memories, his latest game, my latest blunders that have turned into small victories. "You remember that time we got stuck in that treehouse during a storm?" he asked suddenly. I burst out laughing. "Oh my God, yes. Brody was so mad at us for ruining his secret hideout." Maverick grins, a rare, genuine smile that makes my heart skip a beat. "Yeah, but it was worth it. We had so much fun." I nod, feeling an emotional connection growing stronger between us. It's like we're rediscovering each other all over again. Later in the day, Maverick asks me to join him at his training session. He's serious and focused as always, but there's a new layer of ease between us now. "Come on," he says, grabbing a spare hockey stick and tossing it to me. I catch it clumsily. "What am I supposed to do with this?" He laughs. "Try not to hurt yourself." As he shows me how to handle the stick properly, our hands brush more than once. Each touch sends sparks flying through me. His shirt is off, again, and I can't help but sneak glances at his chiseled physique. "You're staring," he teases. "I am not," I retort, feeling my face heat up. "You are." He smirks, but doesn't push further. By the time we wrap up the session and head back to the penthouse, there's an undeniable tension between us. A good kind of tension. The kind that makes every shared glance and accidental touch feel electric. We settle on the couch with some drinks later that evening. The city lights create a soft glow around us as we talk about anything that comes to mind. This feels nice," I say quietly, almost afraid to break the spell. "Yeah," Maverick replies, looking at me with those intense blue eyes of his. "It really does." In this moment, everything feels right. Like maybe we're both finding something we didn't even know we were looking for in each other. Tyree begins to feel truly at home in the city and in her relationship, embracing her new life with enthusiasm. I wake up to the sound of the city buzzing outside my window. The energy of it fills me with a strange sense of comfort. It's like the city and I have become old friends, sharing secrets and dreams. I stretch, feeling a lightness in my chest that wasn't there before. Maverick is already gone for his early morning practice, but there's a note on the kitchen counter. "Breakfast in the fridge. You're doing great." His handwriting is sharp and precise, just like him. I smile, tucking the note into my pocket. My day is packed, but I embrace the chaos with enthusiasm. I've started to find joy in managing Maverick's schedule, predicting his needs before he even realizes them. It feels like I'm part of something bigger, something exciting. At lunch, I meet Sasha for a quick bite at a cozy cafe around the corner from the rink. She's become one of my closest friends here. Her easy laughter and warm presence make me feel at home. "How's it going with Mr. Ice King?" she asks, her eyes twinkling with mischief. I laugh, taking a sip of my coffee. Surprisingly well, he's not as icy as he pretends to be. Uh-huh, she says knowingly. I see the way he looks at you. I shrug, trying to play it cool. We're figuring things out. The rest of the afternoon flies by in a whirlwind of meetings and phone calls. By the time Maverick returns from practice, I'm already prepping for dinner. Hey, he says, walking into the kitchen and wrapping his arms around me from behind. The gesture is casual yet intimate, making my heart race. Hey yourself, I reply, leaning into his embrace for just a moment before returning to my task. We cook together, moving around each other in a dance that's become second nature. There's a rhythm to our lives now that feels natural and right. After dinner, we sit on the couch, our legs tangled together as we watch a movie. It's one of those quiet moments where everything feels perfect, like maybe this is exactly where I'm meant to be. As we sit on the couch, Maverick's arm draped casually around my shoulders, I can't help but reflect on how far I've come. The movie plays on, but my mind drifts to the journey that brought me here. When Brody first offered me this job, I was a bundle of nerves and self-doubt. I remember sitting in that cafe, clutching my coffee cup like a lifeline, trying to convince myself I could handle this. And now, here I am, navigating the complexities of Maverick's world with a confidence I never knew I had. I glance at Maverick out of the corner of my eye. He's focused on the screen, but there's a softness to his expression that wasn't there before. We've both changed in ways I didn't expect. His intense blue eyes aren't just shields anymore. They reveal a depth and warmth I've grown to cherish. It's not just about managing schedules and media appointments. It's about the little moments we've shared, laughing over childhood memories, cooking dinner together, and even navigating misunderstandings and conflicts. Every challenge has pushed me to grow stronger, more resilient. Maverick's world used to intimidate me. The fast pace, the constant scrutiny, it felt like I'd never belong. But I've carved out a space for myself here, not just as his assistant, but as someone who brings value and support in ways that matter. I think back to those early days when I felt isolated and out of place. The city seemed too big, too overwhelming. But now it feels like home. I've found friends who support me, colleagues who respect me, and a role that challenges me in the best possible way. And then there's Maverick. He was once just my brother's best friend, a distant figure from my past, but now he's become so much more. Our connection has grown deeper than I ever imagined it could. As the credits roll on the screen, I feel a sense of contentment wash over me. My journey has been anything but easy, but every step has led me here, to this moment of quiet companionship and unspoken understanding. Resilience has shaped my path, but love has given it meaning. And for the first time in a long time, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm meant to be.
Hey, y'all! I hope you enjoyed this audiobook from Vixa Vaughn. If you want to hear more free audiobooks in the future or want to show your support, go ahead and smash that subscribe button and tap that like button too while you're at it. Your support goes a long way in getting you these audiobooks. Thanks, babe.
Chapter 18. Tyree. Maverick's kitchen hums with the scent of fresh coffee and the sound of bacon sizzling in the pan. I steal a glance at him as he flips a pancake with practiced ease, his muscular arms flexing beneath his t-shirt. It's moments like these that make my heart flutter, but today I need to keep my emotions in check. Mav, we need to talk before Brody gets here, I say, my voice trembling slightly. I set down the stack of plates I'm holding and take a deep breath. He turns, eyebrow raised, and wipes his hands on a dish towel. What's up? I think I should tell him alone, I say. Why? I don't know. I just need to tell him myself, I explain, reaching for his hand. You know how protective he is. He might not take it well. He stares at me for a moment, Those piercing blue eyes searching mine for something. Reassurance, maybe? Understanding. Finally, he sighs and nods. Fine, he grumbles, turning back to the stove. If it makes you happy. Thank you, I say. Relief flooding through me. I step closer and press a quick kiss to his cheek before moving to set the table. As I arrange the silverware, my mind drifts to Brody's arrival. It's been months since I last saw him in person. His concern for me had been palpable even over the phone when he first heard about my struggles with Maverick's demanding lifestyle. A knock at the door jolts me from my thoughts. Maverick wipes his hands again and heads to answer it. Ready? He asks over his shoulder. As ready as I'll ever be, I reply, forcing a smile. The door swings open to reveal Brody's towering frame and familiar grin. Hey, sis, he exclaims, pulling me into a bear hug. Brody! My voice comes out muffled against his chest. Maverick stands nearby, arms crossed but smiling faintly. After breakfast, Brody and I retreat to the living room. Maverick gives me a nod, understanding. I take a deep breath, knowing this conversation won't be easy. Brody, there's something I need to tell you. I start, my voice steady but my hands trembling. What's up? He asks, concern already lining his face. I bite my lip and then just say it. Maverick and we're seeing each other. His reaction is immediate. He leans back, crossing his arms, his expression turning from surprise to something much more guarded. You're serious? I nod. I know it might seem sudden, but... Tyree, he interrupts, his tone serious. Do you have any idea what you're getting yourself into? Maverick's world is not a fairy tale. The media, the pressure. I know it's intense, I say, trying to sound more confident than I feel. But I'm willing to try. Brody shakes his head, worry in his eyes. It's not just about trying. Mav has had plenty of women who thought they could handle his lifestyle. They couldn't. I'm not them. I argue, my voice rising slightly. And Maverick isn't the same guy he was with them. He's still in the public eye, Brody counters, leaning forward. The media will tear you apart if they find out. And let's not forget the constant travel, the late nights. You think you can handle that? I've been managing fine as his assistant, I point out. That's different, he says firmly. You can leave work behind at the end of the day. But being with him, that's 24/7. Every mistake you make will be scrutinized. I can do it, I insist, though doubt gnaws at me. Brody softens slightly, but remains unconvinced. I'm just worried about you, Tyree. You're strong, but this life is brutal. I appreciate your concern, I say quietly, reaching for his hand. But Maverick means a lot to me. He squeezes my hand back, but doesn't let go of his reservations. Just promise me you'll think about what you're getting into. I promise, I say, even though I've already made up my mind. Dinner with Brody and Maverick feels like walking on a tightrope. The tension is palpable as we sit around the table, plates filled with a delicious spread that neither Maverick nor I can fully enjoy. Brody's skepticism hangs in the air like a storm cloud. Maverick breaks the silence first, his voice steady but firm. Brody, I know you're worried about Tyree, but I'm not the same guy I was years ago. Brody doesn't even look up from his plate. People don't change that much, Mav. I have, Maverick insists, his eyes narrowing slightly. I've learned a lot, especially in the past few months. Tyree has been a big part of that. I nod in agreement, trying to support Maverick's words. Brody, he's different now. He respects me and values what we have. Brody finally looks up, his gaze piercing through me. And what if things get tough? Are you ready for that? We're stronger together, I say, my voice more confident than I feel. We've already faced challenges and come out better for it. Maverick reaches across the table and takes my hand, his grip reassuring. I care about your sister more than you know, he says to Brody. I won't let her get hurt. Brody shakes his head slowly, skepticism etched on his face. Words are cheap, Mav. Actions matter more. Maverick's jaw tightens, but he keeps his composure. I get that, and I'll prove it to you, however long it takes. I squeeze Maverick's hand and turn to Brody. Please give us a chance to show you how strong we are together. Brody sighs deeply and leans back in his chair, crossing his arms. I just don't want to see you get hurt again, Tyree. I know, I say softly, but this time is different. Maverick and I are different. The room falls silent again, the only sound being the clink of silverware against plates as we finish our meal in uneasy quietness. Finally, Brody sets down his fork and looks at both of us. Just promise me you'll be careful, he says quietly. We will, Maverick replies firmly. And remember, Brody adds, looking directly at me, you can always come back home if things don't work out. I know, I say softly. The dinner ends with an uneasy truce hanging between us all, an understanding that trust will take time to rebuild. As I get ready for bed, Brody's warnings echo in my mind. I brush my teeth mechanically, staring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. My green eyes look tired, shadows under them hinting at the emotional roller coaster of the day. Brody's words replay like a broken record, each cautionary note striking a chord of doubt. I pull on my pajamas and sit on the edge of the bed, running a hand through my curly hair. My feelings for Maverick pull me in one direction, but the potential risks that Brody highlighted pull me in another. Can I handle this? Can I survive in Maverick's world without losing myself? The door creaks open, and Maverick steps in, his presence filling the room with an unspoken promise of protection. He walks over and sits beside me, his warmth radiating like a shield against my doubts. Hey, he says softly, tilting my chin up to meet his intense blue gaze. You look worried. I sigh, unable to mask the turmoil inside me. I can't stop thinking about what Brody said. What if he's right? What if I can't handle all of this? Maverick's eyes soften, and he takes my hands in his. Tyree, you've been amazing so far. Yeah, there have been bumps, but you're stronger than you give yourself credit for. But what if... No what ifs, he interrupts firmly but gently. You're here now, and we'll face whatever comes together. His words wrap around me like a comforting blanket. I lean into him, resting my head on his shoulder. I just don't want to fail, I whisper. You won't, he assures me, his voice steady and sure. And even if things get tough, we'll get through it. I close my eyes, taking solace in his confidence. For a moment, all the doubts and fears fade away, replaced by the certainty of his support. I'm here for you, Maverick continues, his voice low and soothing. I pull back slightly to look at him, finding reassurance in his gaze. Maybe Brody's right that this world is brutal, but with Maverick by my side, I feel a glimmer of hope. Okay, I say finally, letting out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Good, he replies with a small smile. Now let's get some sleep. We slide under the covers together, his arm wrapping protectively around me. As I nestle into him, the weight of Brody's warnings lifts slightly. For tonight at least, Maverick's presence is enough to quiet my fears. And maybe, just maybe, that will be enough for tomorrow too.
Chapter 19. Maverick. I toss the sports section of the paper aside and lean back in my chair, feeling an unfamiliar sense of calm. A rare break from games and practices stretches before me, and for once, I'm not dreading the downtime, especially after our conversation with Brody. All right, let's talk plans, I say, glancing over at Tyree. She's sitting cross-legged on the couch, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She looks up from her notebook, a grin spreading across her face. I've been doing some research. Of course you have. I chuckle. Lay it on me. So, I found this cabin in the woods, she begins, flipping through her notes. It's remote, surrounded by trees, and has a lake nearby. Total privacy. Sounds perfect, I nod. How far is it? About a 3-hour drive, she says, tapping her pen against her notebook. We can leave early Friday morning and get there by lunchtime. I imagine us driving through winding roads, leaving the city behind. What about groceries? We need to stock up before we go. I've got a list, she replies confidently. We'll hit the store tomorrow afternoon. You're on top of things, I say, genuinely impressed. She shrugs. I like being prepared. I reach out and take her hand, giving it a squeeze. It'll be good to get away from everything for a bit. Just us. She squeezes back, her green eyes locking onto mine. Yeah, just us. She pauses for a moment, then adds with a playful smirk. And maybe some board games? I've got Monopoly and Scrabble packed already. I laugh. You think you can beat me at Monopoly? Bring it on, she challenges. We spend the next hour going over details, what clothes to pack, which books to bring, whether or not we should bother with Wi-Fi. We decide against it. The anticipation builds with each plan we make. This is going to be great, I say finally as we wrap up our planning session. Tyree looks up at me with that infectious smile of hers. I can't wait. The gravel crunches under the tires as I steer the car down the narrow, tree-lined path leading to the cabin. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Tyree leans forward in her seat, eyes wide with wonder. This place is beautiful, she whispers, almost as if she's afraid speaking louder might shatter the tranquility. I park the car and turn off the engine. Welcome to our getaway, I say, turning to face her. Her excitement is contagious, and I can't help but smile. We step out of the car and take in our surroundings. The cabin stands a few yards away, rustic and charming with its wooden facade and stone chimney. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, carrying with it the fresh scent of pine and earth. Let's check it out, I suggest, grabbing our bags from the trunk. We walk up to the cabin and I unlock the door. It swings open with a creak, revealing a cozy interior. Wooden beams line the ceiling, and a stone fireplace dominates one wall. The furniture is simple but inviting. Plush couches, a sturdy dining table, and soft rugs underfoot. Tyree walks over to the fireplace, running her fingers along the mantel. This is perfect, she says softly. I drop our bags by the door and move to stand beside her. It really is, I agree. We spend the next hour unpacking and settling in. Tyree sets up her books on a small shelf near the window, while I stock the kitchen with groceries we brought along. It's peaceful here, a stark contrast to our hectic lives back in the city. Later we sit on the porch, sipping wine and watching as the sun dips below the horizon. The sky explodes in shades of orange and pink, reflecting off the calm surface of the lake nearby. This feels like a dream, Tyree says, leaning into me. I wrap an arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer. A damn good one. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, simply enjoying each other's presence. The only sounds are those of nature, the chirping of crickets and the occasional splash from the lake. After a while, Tyree tilts her head up to look at me. Thank you for bringing me here. I brush a strand of hair from her face. Thank you for being here with me. She smiles softly, her eyes shining in the fading light. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I lean down and press my lips to hers, a gentle kiss that speaks volumes more than words ever could. In this secluded paradise, it's just us against the world. The stars are starting to twinkle above us as Tyree and I sit on the porch, the cool evening air wrapping around us like a comforting blanket. The wine is flowing, and our laughter echoes into the quiet night. I lean back in my chair, taking a deep breath. All right, Tyree, what's your big dream? If you could do anything, what would it be? She takes a thoughtful sip of her wine before answering. I've always wanted to open a bookstore, she says, her voice soft but sure. Not just any bookstore, though. A place where people can come to find not just books, but community, events, readings, workshops, a haven for book lovers. I smile at her passion. That sounds amazing, and knowing you, you'd make it happen. She nudges me with her elbow. What about you, Mr. Camden? What's your dream beyond hockey? I glance out at the lake, considering her question. I've always wanted to start a foundation, I admit. Something that supports underprivileged kids who want to play hockey but can't afford it. Give them the opportunities I had growing up. Tyree's eyes light up. That's incredible, Maverick. You should definitely do that. Maybe one day, I say with a shrug, but her enthusiasm is infectious. Why wait? She asks with a grin. We continue talking about our hopes and dreams, and I find myself opening up in ways I haven't before. There's something about Tyree that makes me want to share everything with her. Eventually, I get an idea and stand up, holding out my hand to her. Come on, I say. Where are we going? She asks, taking my hand. You'll see. I lead her down to the dock where I've hidden a surprise. Her eyes widen as she sees the jet skis bobbing in the water. No way! I laugh at her reaction. Way. We hop on the jet skis and take off across the lake, the water spraying up around us as we race each other under the moonlight. Tyree's laughter is like music to my ears, and for a moment it's just us and the thrill of speed and freedom. When we finally slow down and drift together in the middle of the lake, she looks at me with a wide smile. This is insane. In a good way? I ask. The best way, she replies. The cool night air wraps around us, and the moon casts a silvery glow on the water. Tyree's laughter still echoes in my ears, a sound I've come to cherish more than I ever thought possible. We eventually head back to the dock, tying up the jet skis and walking hand in hand toward the cabin. The silence between us is comfortable, filled with unspoken understanding. Inside, we settle on the couch, wrapped in a blanket. Tyree leans her head on my shoulder, and I can feel her contentment radiating through me. Tonight was perfect, she murmurs. Yeah, it was, I agree, running my fingers through her curls. I wish every night could be like this. She lifts her head to look at me, her green eyes serious. Maverick, I know this isn't always going to be easy. Your career, my dreams, there will be challenges. I nod slowly. I know, but we're stronger together. We'll face whatever comes our way. She smiles softly. Promise? Promise, I say firmly. No matter what happens, we've got each other's backs. Her smile widens as she snuggles closer to me. I'm glad you're in my corner. And I'm glad you're in mine, I reply. We sit in silence for a while longer, simply enjoying each other's presence. The bond between us feels stronger than ever, solidified by the promise we've just made. Eventually, Tyree shifts slightly and looks up at me again. Thank you for tonight, Maverick. For everything. You don't have to thank me, I say, brushing a kiss on her forehead. Just being here with you is enough. She closes her eyes and sighs contentedly. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Chapter 20. Tyree. The sun hangs high in the sky, casting a golden glow over the serene lake. The water is cool against my skin as I wade in, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Maverick is already in the deeper part, grinning. He flicks water at me with a swift hand. Come on, slowpoke, he taunts, his voice laced with playful challenge. I splash back, laughing. Just warming up. Don't get too cocky. He swims closer, his eyes twinkling with that signature intensity. Too late for that, he says, smirking. His muscles ripple under the water, and I can't help but appreciate the view. As I swim toward him, he suddenly disappears beneath the surface. Panic flares briefly until he pops up right in front of me, sending a wave crashing over my head. "Maverick," I gasp, wiping water from my face. "You're gonna pay for that." "Is that so?" He raises an eyebrow, his smirk widening. "What are you gonna do about it?" I lunge forward, wrapping my arms around his neck and trying to dunk him under. He's solid and unmoving like a rock. "Nice try," he chuckles, effortlessly lifting me out of the water. My legs kick futilely as I dangle above him. "Put me down," I demand, half laughing. "Say please," he teases. "Never," I retort defiantly. With a mock sigh of resignation, he gently sets me back into the water, but not before pulling me close enough that our noses almost touch. My breath hitches at our proximity. "I guess I'll let you win this one," he murmurs, his voice dropping to a low rumble. "How generous of you," I reply, trying to sound unimpressed but failing miserably as my heart races. We float there for a moment, locked in each other's gaze. Then he flicks another splash at me with a quick flick of his wrist and takes off swimming backward with an ease that makes me groan internally. "You're impossible," I call after him. "And you like it?" He shouts back over his shoulder, before diving under again. He surfaces behind me this time, wrapping an arm around my waist and pulling me against him. "Gotcha," he whispers in my ear, sending shivers down my spine despite the warmth of the day. I turn in his arms, wrapping my legs around his waist, feeling the strength of his body against mine. Our faces are inches apart, and I bite my lip, trying to suppress the nervous flutter in my stomach. His intense blue eyes lock onto mine, and for a moment, everything else fades away. "Tyree," he says softly, his voice a low rumble that sends shivers down my spine. "You know you're driving me crazy, right?" "Am I?" I manage to say, my voice barely above a whisper. I can feel the heat radiating from his skin, and the way he looks at me makes it hard to think straight. He nods, a grin playing at the corners of his mouth. "Absolutely." I lean in closer, our noses brushing. "Good," I whisper back. He chuckles, a sound that vibrates through me. "You're something else," he murmurs before closing the distance between us and capturing my lips with his. The kiss is slow and deep, filled with a passion that takes my breath away. My hands move to his shoulders, fingers digging into his skin as I hold on tight. He responds by tightening his grip around me, pulling me even closer until there's no space left between us. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing heavily. His forehead rests against mine, and I can see the desire burning in his eyes. "You're full of surprises," he says with a grin. "I aim to please," I reply cheekily. His laughter is infectious, and I can't help but join in. For a moment, everything feels perfect, like we're the only two people in the world. My legs tighten around Maverick's waist, and I press myself closer, feeling the hard lines of his body against mine. The sensation sends a thrill through me, and I grind against him, eliciting a deep groan from his throat. His eyes darken with desire, and he mutters, "Good girl." Before I can react, he hoists me up effortlessly, my legs still wrapped around him. He strides out of the lake with purpose, water streaming off us as he heads towards the cabin. The cool air against my wet skin contrasts sharply with the heat building between us. "Maverick," I breathe out. But he's already focused on his destination. He pushes the door open with his shoulder, not bothering to close it behind us. The rustic interior of the cabin is a blur as he carries me inside. His intensity leaves me breathless, anticipation coiling in my stomach. In a few strides, we reach the couch. Maverick lowers me onto the soft cushions, with a gentleness that contrasts his earlier urgency. His eyes never leave mine as he hovers over me, water droplets clinging to his skin. I look up at him, heart pounding in my chest. He leans in closer, capturing my lips once more in a kiss that's both demanding and tender. Maverick's lips trail down my neck, leaving a path of fire in their wake. I shiver, every nerve ending alive with anticipation. His hands glide over my sides, fingers grazing the strings of my bikini. He pauses, pulling back slightly to look at me, his intense blue eyes searching mine for any sign of hesitation. All he finds is eagerness and desire. A small smirk plays at the corner of his mouth as he pulls at the knot of my bikini top, letting it fall away. The cool air hits my skin and I gasp softly. "Look at me," he orders, his voice rough with desire. Sorry, but this portion of the chapter is off limits, as it's deemed too hot for YouTube. Check out vixavonromance.com and use code VIXA40 for 40% off on unabridged content and some bonus extras you won't want to miss. Back to the story.
Chapter 21, Maverick. A few days later, Tyree is out with some of my teammates' girlfriends when I get an unexpected knock at my door. I open the door, and there's Brody, arms crossed. "We need to talk," he says without preamble, stepping inside before I can even respond. I shut the door behind him. "What's this about, Brody?" He doesn't waste time. "Tyree, what's going on with you two?" I raise an eyebrow, leaning against the kitchen counter. "We're together. We told you." "You did." Brody's eyes narrow. "But what I want to know is your intentions. This isn't just some fling for her." I scoff, straightening up. "You think I'm treating this like a game? You know me better than that." "Do I?" He steps closer, his voice low but intense. "You've had a lot of women come and go, Maverick. Tyree's different. She's not cut out for the media circus or your demanding lifestyle." "She's been handling it just fine lately," I counter, crossing my arms. Brody's jaw tightens. "As your assistant, yes. But you know how brutal things can get in your world. If this doesn't work out, if you break her heart, it could destroy her." "Do you really think I'd let that happen?" My voice rises, the accusation stinging more than I care to admit. Brody meets my gaze head on. "I don't know what to think right now, man. All I see is my little sister falling for a guy who's always been about himself and his career." He paces back and forth, running a hand through his short brown hair. Finally, he stops, turning to me. Brody's gaze doesn't waver, his intensity drilling into me. "Maverick, you need to decide. Are you going to commit to Tyree for real, or are you going to step away before things get too deep?" The question hangs in the air like a challenge. I push off the counter, closing the distance between us until we're practically nose to nose. "I'm not stepping away from her, Brody." His eyes search mine, looking for any hint of insincerity. "You say that now, but what happens when things get tough? What if you have to change teams? You think Tyree can just pick up and move her life around on a whim?" "I'll figure it out," I snap back, the thought of leaving her behind making my chest tighten. "We'll figure it out together." Brody shakes his head, his frustration palpable. "And what about the paparazzi? The media attention? She's not used to having cameras shoved in her face every time she steps outside. How's she going to handle that?" "She's stronger than you give her credit for," I growl. But even as I say it, I know he's right. The media frenzy around my life is relentless. "And if she can't?" Brody's voice softens slightly, a flicker of concern replacing the hard edge. "If this all becomes too much for her, what then?" I clench my fist at my sides, feeling the weight of his questions pressing down on me. I feel cornered, Brody's demands echoing in my head like a relentless drumbeat. The truth is, I'm not sure I want to spend forever with Tyree. Hell, I don't even know what forever looks like. Brody's asking for a big commitment, and our relationship is still too new for me to promise something that grand. "Brody," I begin, struggling to find the right words. I care about her. A lot. But you're asking for guarantees that I can't give right now. He crosses his arms, eyes narrowing. So what are you saying? You're just going to string her along until you get bored? No, I snap back, feeling my frustration build. That's not what I'm saying at all. This thing between Tyree and me, it's real, but it's also complicated. Brody takes a step back, running a hand over his face. Complicated doesn't cut it, Maverick. Not when it comes to her. I rake my fingers through my hair, the tension coiling tighter in my chest. Do you think this is easy for me? I'm juggling my career, the media, and now trying to make sure Tyree is okay in all of this. Then maybe you need to let her go, Brody says quietly but firmly. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. Let her go? The thought twists something deep inside me. But as much as it hurts to think about it, he might be right. Can I really offer Tyree the stability she needs? I don't want to hurt her, I say finally, my voice low. Then don't, Brody replies, his gaze softening just a fraction. The silence stretches between us, heavy and charged with unspoken fears and doubts. I look away, unable to meet his eyes any longer. I'm not saying I don't see a future with her, I murmur, but asking for forever right now, it's too soon. Brody nods slowly as if weighing my words carefully. I just want what's best for her, Maverick. I know, I reply, meeting his gaze again. And so do I. Brody's eyes narrow again, the intensity back in full force. Maverick, you can't have it both ways. You need to either commit fully to her or let her go. For both your sakes. I clench my jaw, frustration bubbling up inside me. You're asking for something huge, Brody. We've only just started this. Can't you give us some time? No, he snaps, cutting me off. Time is exactly what she doesn't have. She's already invested in this, in you. If you can't see a future with her, you need to end it now before it goes any deeper. I run a hand through my hair, feeling the weight of his words pressing down on me like a vice. And if I do commit, what then? You think everything will magically be perfect? Brody takes a step closer, his voice lowering but no less intense. I'm not saying it'll be easy, but at least she'll know where she stands with you. She deserves that much. I look away, my mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. The truth is, I care about Tyree more than I've cared about anyone in a long time. But committing fully, it feels like a leap into the unknown. Damn it, Brody, I mutter, my voice thick with frustration. You're seriously asking me to make promises I don't know if I can keep. He places a hand on my shoulder, forcing me to meet his gaze. I'm asking you to be honest with yourself and with her. If you can see a future with Tyree, then fight for it. If not, let her go so she can find someone who will. His words cut deep, the truth of them undeniable. I swallow hard, the weight of the decision pressing down on me like never before. I'll think about it, I finally say, my voice barely above a whisper. Brody shakes his head, his grip on my shoulder tightening. Decide quickly, Mav. You can't leave her hanging for much longer. Brody leaves, the door closing with a heavy thud behind him. The silence that follows feels oppressive, pressing down on me like a physical weight. I stand there for a moment, staring at the closed door, my mind racing. Brody's words echo in my head, each one a hammer blow. Let her go. The thought twists something deep inside me, making my stomach churn. I don't want to let her go. The very idea feels wrong, like trying to breathe underwater. I move to the living room and sink into the couch, elbows resting on my knees as I run my hands through my hair. The penthouse feels too big, too empty without Tyree here. She's still out with some of the team's girlfriends, probably having a good time and oblivious to the storm brewing back here. Brody's right about one thing. Tyree deserves better than uncertainty. But can I give her what she needs? My career demands everything from me. Time, energy, focus. There's little room left for anything else, let alone a relationship that requires more than just passing interest. I think about Tyree's smile, her quirky humor, the way she's managed to organize my chaotic life with surprising efficiency. She's stronger than anyone gives her credit for, including me sometimes. But strength doesn't make someone immune to pain. My phone buzzes on the coffee table, pulling me out of my thoughts. It's a message from my agent about an upcoming press event I need to prepare for. Just another reminder of how relentless this life is. I stare at the screen for a moment before tossing the phone aside with a frustrated growl. This isn't just about managing schedules and public appearances. It's about finding a balance between who I am and who I want to be for Tyree. The clock on the wall ticks loudly in the silence, each second dragging out as if mocking my indecision. Brody's words keep replaying in my mind, but they clash with memories of Tyree, her laugh, her determination, the way she looks at me when she thinks I'm not paying attention. I can't ignore this any longer. A decision needs to be made soon, one way or another.
Chapter 22. Tyree. I push the door open, balancing a grocery bag on my hip, and immediately spot the large box sitting in the middle of the living room. It's wrapped in sleek black paper, a stark contrast against the beige rug. My heart skips a beat. I set the groceries down on the kitchen counter and walk over to it, my fingers tracing the elegant bow tied on top. There's a card nestled in between the ribbon. I pull it out and flip it open. Tyree, take a bubble bath and get ready for our special date tonight. Maverick. A smile tugs at my lips as I read his familiar, bold handwriting. Maverick is full of surprises lately. I untie the bow carefully, savoring the anticipation. The box opens with a soft creak, revealing layers of tissue paper. Pushing aside the paper, I gasp. Inside is an exquisite dress, deep emerald green that shimmers under the light. It's simple yet stunning, with the delicate lace detailing along the neckline and sleeves. The fabric feels like silk under my fingertips. I lift it out of the box, holding it up against me. It's perfect, elegant yet understated, just like something I'd imagine wearing in one of my daydreams. I can't believe he picked this out himself. A bubble bath sounds like heaven right now after such a long day. The stress and worries start to melt away just at the thought of sinking into warm water, surrounded by bubbles. I carry the dress into my bedroom, laying it carefully across the bed before heading to the bathroom. I fill the tub with hot water, adding in lavender-scented bubbles until they overflow onto the floor tiles. As steam rises around me, I step in and let out a contented sigh. Leaning back against the cool porcelain, I close my eyes and let my mind wander, imagining all sorts of dream dates and wondering what Mav has in store for us tonight. The water grows cooler as time passes, so I finally pull myself out of the tub, wrapping up in a plush towel. With renewed energy and excitement thrumming through me, I start getting ready for our date night. Nothing I could have dreamed up lives up to what I find when I step into the arena, my breath catching in my throat as I take in the scene before me. The entire hockey stadium, usually teeming with fans and the buzz of excitement, stands silent and majestic under the twinkling lights. Maverick stands by my side, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "You did all this?" I whisper, barely able to contain my amazement. He just smirks, taking my hand and leading me inside. The ice rink glows under the soft ambient lighting. In the center, a beautifully set table waits for us, complete with crystal glasses and fine china. An orchestra is stationed nearby, their instruments gleaming as they prepare to play. The sight is straight out of a fairy tale. Maverick helps me navigate the surface of the ice, his strong grip steadying me. We reach the table and he pulls out a chair for me with a flourish. I settle into it, feeling like Cinderella at the ball. As we sit down, the orchestra begins to play a gentle melody that echoes throughout the empty stadium, It's surreal, almost dreamlike. Maverick looks at me with those intense blue eyes that seem to see right through to my soul. "You're really pulling out all the stops tonight," I say, trying to keep my voice steady despite my racing heart. "I wanted to do something special," he says simply. "You deserve it." A waiter appears as if by magic, serving us an array of gourmet dishes. Everything is exquisitely prepared and presented. I take a bite of seared scallops and close my eyes, savoring the delicate flavors. "Maverick, this is incredible," I murmur between bites. He leans back in his chair, watching me with a satisfied smile. "I'm glad you like it." We talk and laugh throughout dinner, sharing stories and memories that make me feel even closer to him. The music swells around us, creating a cocoon of intimacy that makes the rest of the world fade away. As dessert arrives, a decadent chocolate mousse, I look around in awe. "I can't believe you rented out the entire stadium just for us." He shrugs nonchalantly, but his eyes twinkle with mischief. Being the star goalie has its perks. The night feels magical, like something out of one of my wildest daydreams. Here in this vast empty stadium, it's just Maverick and me, sharing a perfect moment that I'll never forget. After dessert, Maverick stands and extends his hand. "Ready for the next part of our adventure?" "There's more?" I laugh, placing my hand in his. He helps me up and leads me out of the stadium, where a sleek black helicopter waits, its rotors slicing through the night air. My heart skips a beat at the sight. We climb in, and the pilot nods at Maverick before taking off. As we ascend, the city lights blur into a dazzling mosaic beneath us. I glance at Maverick, who's watching me with a knowing smile. "Where are we going?" I ask, my voice tinged with excitement. "What did I tell you about patience?" he replies, squeezing my hand. The flight is smooth, and soon the cityscape gives way to dense forests and winding rivers. The pilot navigates expertly until we approach a stunning waterfall cascading down a cliffside. The water sparkles under the moonlight, creating an ethereal glow that leaves me breathless. We land on a nearby plateau overlooking the waterfall. Maverick helps me out of the helicopter, guiding me to a spot where a cozy blanket is spread out with champagne chilling in an ice bucket. "This is unbelievable," I say, unable to tear my eyes away from the view. Maverick pops open the champagne and pours us each a glass. "To us," he says, raising his glass. "To us," I echo, clinking my glass against his. We sit down on the blanket, sipping our champagne, as the roar of the waterfall fills the air. As we relax, Maverick turns to me with a serious expression. "Tyree, I need to ask you something." I set my glass down, suddenly feeling nervous. "What is it?" He takes a deep breath. "Are you really up to being a hockey player's girl? It's not all fun and games. There's a lot of travel, media attention. It can be overwhelming." I consider his words carefully. "I've seen glimpses of your world already. It's intense, but I think I could handle it." His eyes search mine for any hint of doubt. "It's not just about handling it. You'd need to be comfortable with everything that comes with it. Being in the spotlight, dealing with fans and media." I sip my champagne, letting the bubbles dance on my tongue as I consider Maverick's question. The roar of the waterfall fills the silence between us, a stark contrast to the thoughts swirling in my mind. Being a hockey girlfriend isn't something I've ever really thought about. Sure, I've seen glimpses of Maverick's world, the flashing cameras, the fans clamoring for autographs, the relentless travel schedule. It's daunting, to say the least. I think back to what Sasha and Gina, two of the team girlfriends I met recently, have said. Sasha always talks about how exhausting it is to keep up with her boyfriend's schedule, how she often feels like she's living in his shadow. Gina, on the other hand, complained about the media frenzy that comes with dating a high-profile athlete. She mentioned how they scrutinize every move you make, how they twist your words and actions into sensational headlines. But then I look at Maverick, his intense blue eyes watching me carefully. He's not just some hockey player to me. He's Maverick, Brody's best friend from our childhood. The boy who used to tease me mercilessly, but always had my back. And now he's become so much more. The way he planned tonight, the rented stadium, the helicopter ride, this breathtaking view, it shows how much he cares, how much he wants me in his life. The thought of walking away from that feels unbearable. I take a deep breath and set my glass down. I won't lie, it scares me, I admit softly. The idea of being constantly in the spotlight, dealing with all the attention, it's overwhelming. Maverick's gaze doesn't waver. He waits, giving me the space to continue. But, I say, my voice gaining strength, I've always liked you, Maverick, ever since we were kids. I know that might sound crazy, but it's true. And now, I love you. It's worth it. All of it. The media, the travel, the pressure. If it means being with you, then I'm willing to face it. He's silent for a moment, and I worry that maybe I've said too much. But then he reaches out and takes my hand, his grip firm and reassuring. You're mine. For good, he says, his voice low. I feel a warmth spread through me at his words, at the way he looks at me with something close to wonder.
Chapter 23. Maverick. The night air is crisp as we step out of the helicopter, the stars shining brightly above us. Tyree's face glows, her green eyes sparkling like emeralds under the moonlight. The extravagant date went better than I could have imagined. Dinner on the ice, the orchestra, and now this. She deserves it all. We walk hand in hand back to my car, silence comfortable between us. Tyree's confession echoes in my mind, her words sinking deeper with every passing second. She loves me, always has. That was incredible, she murmurs, breaking the silence. Glad you enjoyed it, I respond, squeezing her hand gently. Back at my penthouse, we share a quiet moment on the balcony, overlooking the city lights. She leans against me, her warmth seeping through my shirt. As she nestles closer, I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of rightness. Everything about tonight felt perfect, because she was there with me. When we finally head inside, my mind is racing. Her words keep playing on repeat. I've always liked you. It's more than just a crush. She's offering me something real, something I've never allowed myself to want. Lying beside her, listening to her steady breathing as she sleeps, clarity strikes like a slap to the face. I love her too. I've spent so long focusing on my career that I never thought I'd find someone who fits into my life so seamlessly, but Tyree does. She's shown me what it's like to have someone truly care for me beyond the fame and the career. And I want that. I want her. The next morning, sunlight filters through the curtains, and I reach out instinctively for Tyree, only to find an empty space beside me. Groggily sitting up, I glance around, but she's nowhere in sight. I get up and wander through the penthouse until I spot a note on the kitchen counter. Had to get to the arena early for some prep work. See you later. T. A small smile tugs at my lips as I read her neat handwriting. She's already diving back into her responsibilities, determined as ever. As I sip my morning coffee, one thing becomes clear. I'm not letting this woman slip away from me. No matter what it takes, no matter what sacrifices need to be made, I want Tyree by my side for good. But there's someone I need to talk to first. I don't need Brody's approval, but as Tyree's brother, having him on board is important to me. The man in question sits across from me in my office at the arena, his arms crossed and his expression unreadable. Thanks for meeting me, I start, leaning back in my chair. Cut to the chase, Maverick, Brody responds, his tone clipped. What's this about? It's about Tyree. And us. His eyes narrow. Go on. I've thought long and hard about what you said, I begin, choosing my words carefully. about whether this is something that can really work. Brody's jaw tightens, but he stays silent, waiting for me to continue. I know how important she is to you, I say, and how much you worry about her getting hurt. He shifts in his seat, still watching me closely. The truth is, this life isn't easy, I admit. The media, the pressure, it's relentless. It can chew you up and spit you out if you're not prepared. Brody nods slowly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. So, what are you saying? I'm saying that I've come to a decision, I reply, my voice steady. A decision about our future. His gaze hardens. And that decision is? I can't keep pretending it's all going to be smooth sailing. I continue, feeling the weight of each word. I pause, frowning at the door. Did I hear something outside? I shake my head and focus back on Brody. There are going to be challenges, and it won't be perfect. Brody leans forward, eyes piercing into mine. You're not planning on ending things with her, are you? I shake my head slowly. No, quite the opposite. Relief washes over his features briefly before he masks it again with a stern look. I'm committed to making this work, I state firmly. I want Tyree in my life. Permanently. Brody studies me for a moment longer before letting out a slow breath. Do you really understand what you're signing up for? Commitment isn't a joke. I do, I affirm, and I'm ready for it all. He sighs deeply, rubbing his temples as if trying to process everything. I lean forward, elbows on my desk, eyes locked onto Brody's. Look, I know you're skeptical. Hell, I'd be too if I were in your shoes. But Tyree isn't just some fling to me. She's different. Brody's eyes narrow slightly, but he doesn't interrupt. Good sign. I've never let anyone into my life like this before, I continue. And yeah, the media will always be there, trying to dig up dirt and make our lives hell. But I'm ready to protect her from that. Brody crosses his arms, a skeptical eyebrow raised. And how exactly do you plan to do that? I lean back and take a breath. For starters, I've been talking with my PR team about setting boundaries with the press. We can control what gets out there to some extent. And I'm planning on hiring extra security for when we're out in public together. Brody's expression softens slightly, but he's still guarded. And what about when you're on the road? You can't always be there for her. I've thought about that too, I admit. I'll make sure she has a support system here, a network of people she can rely on when I'm not around. And we'll stay connected through regular calls and video chats. We'll make it work. He studies me for a moment longer before speaking again. And what about your career? Are you willing to sacrifice some of your time and focus for her? Yes, if it means keeping Tyree in my life, then absolutely. Brody leans back in his chair, finally uncrossing his arms. You're serious about this? Dead serious, I reply without hesitation. Brody's eyes narrow as he considers my words. I can almost see the gears turning in his head. Finally, he lets out a deep sigh and leans forward, resting his forearms on my desk. All right, Maverick, he says slowly, as if weighing each word carefully. You've got a plan, and I can see you're serious about this. But talk is cheap. Actions speak louder. I nod, meeting his gaze steadily. I understand. He rubs his temples again, clearly conflicted. Tyree means everything to me. If you hurt her, I won't. I cut in, my voice firm. I promise you that. Brody studies me for a moment longer before finally leaning back in his chair with a resigned sigh. Fine. But know this. You'll need to prove yourself every step of the way. Relief floods through me, but I keep my expression serious. I wouldn't expect anything less. He stands up and I follow suit, extending my hand. Brody looks at it for a moment before grasping it firmly. Don't screw this up, Camden, he adds over his shoulder, pausing at the doorway. She's been through enough. I won't. As the door clicks shut, I take a deep breath, letting the gravity of our conversation sink in. This is more than just about winning games or managing my public image. It's about being the man Tyree deserves. I glance at my phone, already itching to call Tyree, to hear her voice and reassure her that things are moving forward. But I stop myself. Actions speak louder, and it's time to show her that she comes first, no matter what.
Chapter 24. Tyree. I approach Maverick's office with a spring in my step, a coffee tray balanced in one hand. It's been a tough week, but today I'm feeling good. I reach for the door handle when I hear voices inside, muffled but unmistakable. I pause, curiosity piqued. Cut to the chase, Maverick. Brody's voice comes through, sharp and impatient. What's this about? I press my ear closer to the door, holding my breath. It's about Tyree and us. Maverick's tone is serious, weighted. My heart skips a beat. Us? What is he saying? Brody responds, his voice clipped. Go on. I've thought long and hard about what you said, Maverick continues. About whether this is something that can really work. I can't breathe. My mind races as I try to piece together the fragments of their conversation. Brody doesn't say anything, and I can almost see him sitting there waiting for more. I know how important she is to you, Maverick says, and how much you worry about her getting hurt. What the hell? The truth is, this life isn't easy, Maverick admits. The media, the pressure, it's relentless. It can chew you up and spit you out if you're not prepared. My stomach twists into knots. Is he talking about me? Brody's voice again, slow and suspicious. So what are you saying? I'm saying that I've come to a decision, Maverick replies, his voice steady. A decision? About us? Brody presses him further. And that decision is? I can't keep pretending it's all going to be smooth sailing. The coffee tray wobbles in my grip as the weight of his words sinks in. My vision blurs slightly as tears threaten to spill over. Unable to listen anymore, I turn away from the door, each step feeling heavier than the last. My heart pounds as I rush down the hallway, tears stinging my eyes. The words echo in my mind, each one a dagger. Maverick doesn't want me. He's pretending. I can't breathe. The walls of the arena seem to close in, suffocating me. I stumble into the elevator, frantically pressing the button for the ground floor. The doors slide shut, and I collapse against the wall, my chest heaving with silent sobs. The world blurs as tears spill over, streaming down my face. Why did I think this could work? Why did I believe that someone like Maverick could ever truly want someone like me? A small-town girl from Springdale with big dreams and a fragile heart. The elevator dings and the doors open. I dart out, desperate to escape, to find air, to clear my head. Outside, the city hums with life, oblivious to my heartbreak. I weave through the crowd, aimless and lost. My phone buzzes in my pocket, but I ignore it. It's probably Brody or maybe even Maverick, but I can't talk to either of them right now. Not when my heart feels like it's shattering into a million pieces. I find myself at a small park, hidden away from the bustling streets. It's quieter here, peaceful. I collapse onto a bench, burying my face in my hands. How could I have been so naive? How could I have let myself fall for him again? I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but no matter how hard I try, I can't shake his words from my mind. The way he talked about the pressures and the media, it's clear he doesn't see a future for us. The weight of reality crashes over me like a tidal wave. This was never going to work. Maverick's world is too intense, too demanding, and me? I'm just an outsider trying to fit into a life that was never meant for me. I can't believe I told him that I love him just last night. Is this why he didn't say it back? I sit on the park bench, the weight of Maverick's words pressing down on me. My heart feels like it's shattering into a million pieces. The realization hits hard. I have to leave. Staying here, clinging to a sliver of hope, would only break me further. I wipe my tears and stand up, determination coursing through me. Springdale may be small and mundane, but it's home. It's where I belong. I need the familiar comfort of my town, my family, my life before all this chaos. I start walking back to the penthouse with a single-minded focus. I need to pack my things and get out of here before I change my mind. The city streets blur past me as I move quickly, ignoring the people around me. When I reach the penthouse, the familiar opulence feels cold and distant. The sleek marble floors and high ceilings that once felt so intimidating now seem indifferent to my presence. I head straight to my room, shutting the door behind me with a soft click. My suitcase sits in the corner, half unpacked from when I first arrived. It feels like a lifetime ago. I yank it out and start throwing my clothes in haphazardly, not caring about neatness for once. My phone buzzes again in my pocket. This time, I pull it out and glance at the screen. It's Brody. Of course he'd be calling after that conversation with Maverick, but I can't talk to him right now. Not when everything is falling apart. Ignoring the call, I shove the phone back into my pocket and continue packing. Each item thrown into the suitcase feels like a step closer to freedom, to escape from this heartache. My movements are mechanical, almost robotic, as I move through the motions without really thinking. It's easier this way, to detach myself from the reality of what's happening. I pause for a moment, staring at the framed photo on my nightstand, a snapshot of Brody and me from last summer. We're both grinning at the camera, carefree and happy. I pick it up gently, tracing a finger over our smiling faces. A tear slips down my cheek, but I quickly wipe it away. No time for tears now. There's too much to do. I pack up my books next, the few novels I'd brought with me from Springdale that offered comfort in this strange new world. They go into the suitcase alongside everything else, their familiar covers providing a small sense of solace. As I zip up my bag, a pang of regret hits me. Leaving means giving up on everything I've worked so hard for, the progress I've made, the respect I've earned. But staying means facing Maverick every day, knowing he doesn't want me. I grab my suitcase and take one last look around the room that has been mine for such a short time. It's just a place, a luxurious one, but still just a place. With a deep breath, I walk out of the room and head towards the front door. Each step feels heavier than the last, but I push forward, determined not to let myself break down again. I have to leave. It's the only way to save myself from this heartbreak. Pushing open the front door of the penthouse one last time, I step out into the hallway and make my way to the elevator, my heart pounding with each step. I drag my suitcase behind me, its wheels bumping along the uneven sidewalk as I make my way back to the arena. The place where I thought I might finally belong now feels like the last place I want to be. But I need to grab a few things I left behind, items that I can't leave without. As I enter the familiar corridors of the stadium, the memories of happier moments hit me like a punch to the gut. The laughter, the shared victories, the sense of being part of something bigger than myself. It all feels so distant now. I make quick work of gathering my things, wanting to get out of here as soon as I can. I turn a corner and almost bump into Sasha and Gina. They've become a lifeline over the past few weeks, offering a sense of camaraderie in this chaotic world. "Tyree!" Sasha exclaims, her eyes widening as she takes in my tear-streaked face and the suitcase in my hand. "What's going on?" Gina steps closer, concern etched across her features. "Are you okay? What happened?" The dam breaks. "I overheard Maverick talking to Brody," I say, my voice trembling. "He doesn't think this can work. He thinks it's all just pretend." Sasha's face softens with sympathy. "Oh, honey." Gina reaches out and squeezes my arm gently. "That sounds awful, but maybe it's just a misunderstanding." I shake my head, fighting back more tears. No, it was pretty clear. He doesn't see a future for us. Sasha pulls me into a hug, and for a moment I let myself lean into her warmth. It's comforting, but it also makes the reality of leaving even harder. I have to go, I say, pulling away reluctantly. I need to get to King Street Station, or I'll miss the train. Gina frowns. Are you sure you want to leave? Maybe you should talk to him first. I can't, I whisper. It hurts too much. They both look at me with such compassion that it almost makes me reconsider. But I know what I heard. Thank you, I managed to say through the lump in my throat. For taking me under your wing, I wouldn't have survived this without you two. Sasha nods, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. We're here if you need anything. With one last look at them, I turn and make my way out of the stadium, dragging my suitcase behind me as if it contains all the shattered pieces of my heart.
Chapter 25. Maverick. I lean back against my locker, drenched in sweat and exhaustion. Practice was brutal today. Coach pushed us hard, prepping for the big game next week. My mind's a fog, half on the drills and half on Tyree. The locker room buzzes with post-practice chatter. Teammates banter, towels snap, showers run. I'm about to grab my gear and head out when Tony sidles up to me. His expression is unusually serious. Hey, Maverick, he says, lowering his voice. We need to talk. I raise an eyebrow. What's up? It's about Tyree. He glances around to make sure no one else is listening. Sasha talked to her earlier. My chest tightens. What did she say? Tony shifts uncomfortably. Tyree's convinced you're ending things with her. My heart skips a beat. What? Why would she think that? Sasha said she overheard part of your conversation with Brody, Tony explains. She thinks you're planning to break it off. Panic grips me. I slam my locker shut harder than intended, drawing a few curious glances from nearby players. Damn it, I mutter under my breath. Where is she now? Tony shrugs helplessly. Sasha said she was heading to King Street Station to catch a train back home. Thought you'd want to know. A cold sweat breaks out on my forehead that has nothing to do with practice. Tyree leaving? Because of some stupid misunderstanding? I grab my phone from the locker shelf and fumble to unlock it, fingers trembling slightly as I try calling her number. It rings once, twice, straight to voicemail. Come on, I mutter, trying again with the same result. I toss my phone back into the locker in frustration, running a hand through my hair. You okay, man? Tony asks, concern etched on his face. No, I snap but then take a deep breath. Thanks for telling me. I tear out of the locker room, not even bothering to change out of my practice gear. The cold air bites at my damp skin as I sprint to my car. Tyree can't leave. Not like this. I slam the car door shut and fire up the engine, tires screeching as I peel out of the parking lot. Traffic is a nightmare, and every red light feels like an eternity. My fingers drum impatiently on the steering wheel, eyes flicking between the road and the clock on the dashboard. The minutes tick by too fast, each one a countdown to losing her. Finally, I skid into the parking lot at King Street Station, barely avoiding clipping a parked car. I don't bother locking my car. No time. I dash inside, shoving through crowds of people who seem to move in slow motion. The station is chaotic, commuters milling about, families saying goodbyes, tourists snapping pictures. My eyes scan frantically over the sea of faces, but there's no sign of Tyree. I push my way to the information boards, heart pounding so loud it drowns out everything else. My eyes dart across the departure list. Come on, I mutter under my breath. Every train that leaves could be taking her away from me for good. Each departure announcement feels like a punch to the gut. The crowd seems thicker now, every step more infuriatingly slow than the last. Faces blur together as I keep searching for those bright green eyes. Tyree! I shout over the noise, but it's swallowed up by announcements and conversations. Panic claws at my chest as I check another board. Her train can't have left yet. No way she'd be gone this quickly. But what if it has? Desperation fuels my movements as I weave through people, eyes glued to each board in turn. My heart sinks lower with every second that passes without finding her face among the throngs of travelers. Finally, through the chaos, I spot her. Tyree stands near a bench, clutching her bag, eyes scanning the crowd with a lost expression. Relief floods through me, but it's quickly overshadowed by the urgency to reach her. "Tyree!" I shout, pushing through the last few people separating us. Her eyes widen in surprise as she sees me, but she doesn't move. I don't slow down until I'm right in front of her, gasping for breath. "Maverick," she whispers, confusion and hurt etched across her face. Her beautiful green eyes are puffy from crying, and her shoulders are slumped in a way I haven't seen since she first moved here, before she found her confidence. The image kills me. Before I can respond, a group of fans nearby starts to recognize me. "Hey, isn't that Maverick Camden?" one of them exclaims. Cameras and phones are suddenly aimed in our direction. I don't care. None of that matters right now. All that matters is Tyree and making sure she understands. "Tyree," I say louder now so everyone around can hear. "You got it all wrong." Her eyes narrow slightly, defensive. "I overheard you and Brody," she says quietly. "You said... Whatever you heard, you didn't hear everything." I take a step closer, ignoring the growing crowd of onlookers. "I was telling Brody that I want to be with you, that I'm committed to us." The crowd murmurs, but I focus only on Tyree's face as it slowly shifts from confusion to something softer. "I love you," I declare, my voice steady despite the whirlwind around us. "And I'm not letting you go." She blinks rapidly, tears welling up in those bright green eyes. "Maverick, are you serious?" "Damn right I am." I reach out and gently take her hand. I've never been more serious about anything in my life. The crowd around us starts to cheer and clap as they realize what's happening. But all that noise fades away when Tyree steps closer and wraps her arms around me. I hold her tightly, feeling her warmth seep into me. "I'm not perfect, Tyree, but I promise you, I'll fight for us every single day." She pulls back slightly, looking up at me. "Can we really make this work?" I nod, brushing a stray curl from her face. "We can. We will. I'll prove it to you, starting now." Her lips curve into a tentative smile, and I lean down, capturing her mouth in a kiss that feels like coming home. The crowd erupts into louder applause, but for once I don't care about the cameras or the fans. All that matters is the woman in my arms and the future we're about to build together. "I love you too," she murmurs against my lips. The relief that floods through me is almost overwhelming. Tyree's arms around me, her warmth, the way she fits perfectly against me. It's all I need to know that I've made the right choice. I hold her tight, never wanting to let go. "God, Tyree," I whisper into her hair. "You have no idea how scared I was." She pulls back just enough to look up at me, those green eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I thought you didn't want me anymore," she says softly, voice trembling. I shake my head vehemently. "No, never. I was trying to protect you from my world, but I realize now that I need you in it." A small smile tugs at her lips. "Even with all the craziness?" "Especially with all the craziness." I lean down and kiss her again, this time slower, savoring the moment. The crowd around us continues to buzz, but they might as well be 1,000 miles away. Right now, it's just Tyree and me, and nothing else matters. When we finally break apart, she rests her forehead against mine. "So what now?" she asks. I smile, feeling lighter than I have in years. "Now we go home." Her eyes widen slightly in surprise. "Home?" "Yeah," I say firmly. "Home. Our home." Tyree's face lights up. "Our home," she repeats softly. I nod, brushing a strand of hair away from her face. Yeah. She laughs then, a sound so pure and beautiful that it makes my heart swell. Okay, she says, tightening her grip on my hand. Together we start to make our way out of the station, the crowd parting to let us through. The world outside feels brighter, the future more promising than ever before. And as we step into the sunlight, I know one thing for sure. This is just the beginning of something incredible for us both.
Chapter 26. Tyree. Maverick's arms wrap around me, grounding me amidst the whirlwind of emotions. I cling to him, feeling his heartbeat match mine, fast and urgent. His public declaration still echoes in my ears, each word anchoring my heart. Suddenly, a throat clears nearby. I pull back slightly, my eyes meeting Maverick's before we both turn toward the sound. Brody? My voice trembles, half in shock at seeing him here, and half in relief that he witnessed everything. He steps closer, his eyes shifting between me and Maverick. I had to make sure you were okay, he admits, running a hand over his short hair. I followed Maverick here. Maverick straightens, still holding on to me, but more cautiously now. Brody, he begins, but Brody raises a hand to stop him. I saw everything, Brody says, his tone softer than I've ever heard it when directed at Maverick. Tyree, I'm sorry. I blink, not expecting an apology from my usually stubborn brother. Brody takes another step closer. I was too harsh on you both. I was just worried about Tyree getting hurt. But seeing this, he gestures between us. Seeing how much you care for her, I was wrong. Maverick's grip on my waist tightens momentarily before he nods. I get it, man. She's your sister. But she's also the woman I love. A small gasp escapes me at Maverick's words, but Brody's expression softens further. Tyree, Brody continues, his voice breaking slightly as he looks at me with genuine remorse in his eyes. I'm sorry for doubting. It's okay, I say softly, my emotions still raw but soothed by his sincerity. Brody then extends a hand toward Maverick. You have my support. Maverick shakes it firmly before pulling Brody into a quick embrace. The tension that had been hanging over us dissipates as we stand together, united in understanding. Brody looks at me again with a smile that's both protective and proud. I'm happy for you, sis. The relief washes over me, warm and soothing. Brody's apology lingers in the air, and I take a moment to breathe it all in. The train station around us seems to blur, fading into the background as my brother's words sink in. Thank you, Brody, I manage, my voice steadier now. It means a lot. Brody's smile widens, and he steps forward to envelop me in a bear hug. I'm just glad you're happy, he murmurs into my hair. When we pull apart, Brody turns to Maverick, extending his hand again, but this time with a genuine grin. Welcome to the family, Maverick. Maverick shakes his hand firmly. Thanks, Brody. I won't let you down. Brody's gaze softens even more as he looks between us. I can see that now. He claps Maverick on the shoulder before stepping back, giving us space but staying close enough to be part of the moment. Maverick's hand finds mine again, his fingers intertwining with mine in a gesture that feels both grounding and electric. I'm really glad we cleared this up, he says, his intense blue eyes locking onto mine. Me too, I whisper, squeezing his hand. Brody chuckles lightly, breaking the tension with his easygoing demeanor. You know, Tyree always had a crush on you back in the day, he teases. Brody? I protest half-heartedly, feeling my face heat up. Maverick grins widely, a rare and genuine smile that lights up his features. Oh, I know. We all laugh together, the sound lightening the atmosphere further. It feels like old times, simple and unburdened by misunderstandings or doubts. Brody looks at me one last time before nodding towards Maverick. Take care of her, he says seriously but without any of the previous edge. With my life, Maverick replies without missing a beat. I glance between them both, my heart swelling with gratitude and love. This moment of reconciliation isn't just about clearing up misunderstandings. It's about forging new bonds and strengthening old ones. And as we stand there in the middle of the bustling train station, it feels like we've finally come full circle. The three of us share a quiet moment together before Brody steps back slightly to give us more privacy. All right, he says, with a hint of mischief in his voice. I'll leave you two lovebirds alone. Thanks, Brody, I say again, my voice filled with sincerity. He winks at me before turning away to leave us be. Maverick and I watch him go for a moment before looking back at each other, sharing a smile that speaks volumes about where we've been and where we're headed. Back at Maverick's penthouse, the atmosphere feels lighter, more relaxed. We sit across from each other at the dining table, the city lights casting a soft glow through the expansive windows. Maverick's eyes meet mine, his intense blue gaze softened by the warmth of the moment. Can you believe it? I start, breaking the comfortable silence. Brody actually gave us his blessing. Maverick grins, a genuine smile that makes my heart flutter. Yeah, I thought he'd be a tougher nut to crack. I laugh softly, taking a sip of my wine. He's always been protective, especially when it comes to me. Maverick nods, reaching across the table to take my hand. And I understand that. But now it's about us and what we want. His words settle around us like a warm blanket. It's true, this is our chance to shape our future together. So, I say, squeezing his hand gently, how do we handle everything? The media, your career, us? He leans back in his chair, considering for a moment. First things first, we need to set some boundaries with the media. Keep our private life as private as possible. I nod in agreement. I've seen how invasive they can be. Exactly, he says firmly. But we can control the narrative to an extent. We'll decide what to share and what stays between us. His assertiveness reassures me. And your career? How do I fit into all that? You're already fitting in, he says, with a smirk that sends butterflies through my stomach. You've been doing great with managing everything so far. A smile tugs at my lips, despite my lingering doubts. But it's not just about managing your schedule, Maverick. It's about being there for you, through wins and losses, public scrutiny. I know, he interjects softly but firmly, and I want you there with me for all of it. My heart swells at his words. Okay, I say, feeling more confident by the second. We take it one step at a time then. He nods approvingly. One step at a time. He pauses before adding with a playful glint in his eye. And maybe one day off now and then for some fun. I laugh out loud this time, feeling lighter than I have in days. Deal. As we finish our dinner and clean up, all the while discussing our plans, I realize how different this conversation feels from any we've had before. Grounded yet filled with hope and possibility. Finally, Maverick pulls me into his arms, the warmth of his embrace immediately making me feel secure. His lips find mine in a slow, passionate kiss that sends a shiver down my spine. My fingers tangle in his short brown hair, holding him close as our kiss deepens, the world around us fading into a blur. When we finally pull apart, both of us are breathless. I can feel my heart pounding against my chest, matching the rhythm of his. His intense blue eyes lock onto mine, filled with emotions that make my knees weak. Say it again, I whisper, my voice barely audible, but filled with yearning. Please. Maverick's gaze softens, and he cups my face gently with one hand. I love you, he says, his voice firm and sincere. The words hang in the air between us, wrapping around my heart like a comforting blanket. Tears prick at the corners of my eyes as I smile up at him. "I love you too," I reply, my voice stronger now. His smile widens, and he leans down to press another tender kiss to my forehead. "We're going to make this work," he promises softly. I nod, feeling a newfound sense of determination and hope. In this moment, with Maverick's arms around me and his love filling the space between us, I know that together we can face whatever challenges come our way.
Chapter 27. Maverick. I lead Tyree to my bedroom, her hand warm in mine. The relief of having everything sorted fills the air, thick and sweet. I turn to face her, and our lips meet in a fierce kiss, her fingers threading through my hair. My hands move to her waist, gripping tightly as I pull her closer. "You have no idea how beautiful you are," I murmur against her lips. Her breath hitches and I can feel her smile. I guide her gently to the bed, our lips never parting. My hands travel up her sides, feeling the soft curve of her waist beneath my fingertips. I pull away just enough to look at her, those bright green eyes filled with anticipation. I start with her shirt, lifting it over her head and tossing it aside. You'll definitely want to find out what happens in the uncut version of Don't Give a Puck, which is too hot for YouTube. Find it at vixavaughnromance.com and never miss out on another detail. To make up for the inconvenience, apply code VIXA40 at checkout and earn a 40% discount on any digital product in your cart. Don't let YouTube hold you back. Now, where were we?
Chapter 28. Tyree. I stand on the edge of the ice rink, clipboard in hand, feeling the chills seep through my thick coat. The stadium is buzzing with activity as Maverick's team prepares for their annual charity event. Kids from local schools are already lining up for autographs, their excited chatter echoing around the arena. "Tyree, over here," a voice calls out, and I spot one of the team's PR coordinators waving me over. I weave through the crowd, my eyes scanning the list of activities and making sure everything is running smoothly. The coach gave me a look of approval when I suggested a few new ideas to keep things fresh this year, and I'm determined to make sure it all goes off without a hitch. "Everything's set for the raffle?" I ask as I approach. "Yep, all good. Just waiting on a few more donations to arrive," she replies, giving me a thumbs up. Maverick strides over from the locker room, already dressed in his gear but without his helmet. He looks every bit the alpha he is on and off the ice. "You ready to boss everyone around?" His smirk is teasing but affectionate. "You bet." I grin back, tapping my clipboard for emphasis. "We're raising more money than ever this year." His hand brushes against mine briefly, a small gesture that sends warmth through me despite the cold surroundings. "Wouldn't expect anything less from you." As he moves to join his teammates for warm-ups, I turn my attention to coordinating with volunteers. There's a lot to handle, ensuring the kids have their photo ops, managing the silent auction items, and making sure media outlets get their interviews without disrupting the flow. Later, I find myself helping set up tables for the post-event dinner in one of the arena's lounges. It's surreal being so deeply involved in Maverick's world now. Just months ago, I wouldn't have dreamed of organizing events like this or feeling so at ease among his team and fans. Sasha approaches with a smile. "Need any help with those?" she asks, nodding towards the stack of plates I'm arranging. "Actually, yes, thanks," I say gratefully. As we work together, we chat about everything from event logistics to our favorite local restaurants. When Maverick joins us after practice, still flushed from exertion, but looking more relaxed than I've seen him in weeks, he slips an arm around my waist. "Looking good in here?" he remarks approvingly. I lean into him slightly, savoring this moment of calm amidst the chaos of planning and executing such a big event. The dinner hall buzzes with laughter and conversation, a stark contrast to the icy rink we left behind, and fairy lights drape across the ceiling, casting a warm glow on the tables laden with gourmet dishes. I move between guests, ensuring everyone is comfortable and having a good time. I stop by a table where a group of kids from the local school sits with their parents. They beam up at me, still excited from meeting their hockey heroes. "Did you all get your autographs?" I ask, smiling. "Yeah, Maverick signed my jersey," one boy exclaims, holding up his prized possession. "That's awesome," I reply, feeling a swell of pride. "I'm glad you're having fun." I continue making my rounds, exchanging pleasantries with donors and volunteers. The silent auction is in full swing, with people eagerly bidding on everything from signed memorabilia to weekend getaways. As I pass by the auction tables, I catch snippets of conversations praising the event's organization and the cause we're supporting. "Tyree!" Maverick's voice calls out from behind me. I turn to see him approaching with a wide grin. "You've got to come see this." He leads me to the main stage where the final tally of our fundraising efforts is about to be revealed. The room quiets as Maverick takes the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen," he begins, his voice carrying across the hall. "Thank you all for being here tonight and supporting such a worthy cause. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, the total amount raised." The large screen behind him flickers to life, displaying numbers that climb higher and higher until they finally settle on an impressive figure. Gasps and cheers erupt from the crowd. "We've raised more money than ever before," Maverick announces, his eyes meeting mine with pride. "And we couldn't have done it without our incredible team, and especially Tyree Morrison." A spotlight finds me in the crowd, and I feel heat rise up my neck. Not embarrassment, but pure joy. Applause surrounds me as people turn to offer their congratulations. I make my way to the stage, heart pounding in my chest. Maverick hands me the microphone, his touch lingering for just a moment longer than necessary. "Thank you all so much," I say, trying to steady my voice. This event was a team effort, and I'm grateful for everyone's hard work and generosity. Together, we're making a real difference. More applause follows as I hand the microphone back to Maverick. He leans in close, his breath warm against my ear. "You were amazing tonight," he murmurs. "Couldn't have done it without you," I reply softly. As we step down from the stage together, hand in hand, I feel an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and belonging. The night continues with laughter, celebration, and heartfelt conversations, each moment reinforcing that maybe this world isn't so out of reach after all. Standing in the kitchen of the team's lounge, I find myself elbow deep in dishwater, scrubbing stubborn stains off plates. It's not glamorous work, but there's something comforting about the rhythm of it. Beside me, Sasha is drying and stacking the clean dishes, her chatter filling the air. "You know," she says, pausing to swipe a strand of hair from her face, "I never thought I'd enjoy these post-event cleanups so much." I laugh, rinsing off another plate. "Me neither. But it's kind of nice, right? Like we're part of something bigger." Sasha nods, her smile warm. "Definitely. And you've become such a vital part of this team, Tyree. Everyone sees it." Her words touch me more than I can express. It wasn't long ago that I felt like an outsider, struggling to find my footing in this world. "Thanks, Sasha. That means a lot," I say sincerely. Just then, Mason, one of Maverick's teammates, walks in with his daughter perched on his shoulders. The little girl giggles as he ducks to avoid hitting her head on the doorframe. "Hey, ladies," Mason greets us with a grin. "Need any help?" I shake my head, smiling at the sight of them. "We've got it under control here, but thanks for offering." Mason sets his daughter down, and she immediately runs over to hug Sasha's legs. "Auntie Sasha," she squeals. Sasha laughs and bends down to scoop her up. "Hey there, Munchkin. Did you have fun tonight?" "Yeah, Daddy let me skate with him," the little girl exclaims. Mason chuckles, leaning against the counter. She's gonna be a pro before we know it. As we chat and finish up the dishes, more players and their families drift into the lounge. The room fills with laughter and playful banter, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie that warms my heart. Later, I find myself sitting at one of the tables with Maverick's coach and his wife. They share stories from their early days together, their easy rapport making me feel like part of their extended family. "You've really done wonders for these events," Coach says, patting my hand affectionately. "We're lucky to have you around." "Thank you," I reply, feeling a swell of gratitude. It means so much to hear that. Across the room, Maverick catches my eye and gives me a nod of approval, a silent acknowledgement of everything we've accomplished together tonight. As the evening winds down and people begin to leave, I help gather up coats and say goodbyes. The connections I've made here feel genuine and deep-rooted, a far cry from the loneliness I once felt. As I lean against the counter, watching the last of the guests trickle out, I can't help but think back over the past few weeks. It's been a whirlwind, but every moment has shown me just how deeply Maverick's team has come to care for both of us. When Maverick had his charity game 2 weeks ago, the whole team arrived early to help set up. They didn't have to. They could have just played and left, but they hauled equipment and arranged chairs, feeling more like family than just support. At Maverick's career milestone celebration, I stood beside him as he accepted an award for his achievements on the ice. The room, full of teammates and their families, cheered the loudest. Afterward, they surrounded us, offering congratulations and sharing their own stories about Maverick, and emphasizing their support of our relationship. It was a moment that made everything feel worth it. These moments of support from Maverick's team create a sense of belonging. In a high-stakes world where every mistake feels magnified, having people who genuinely care makes all the difference. As I watch Maverick laugh with his teammates across the room, I feel overwhelming gratitude. These last few weeks have been tough but incredibly rewarding. Each day, I'm reminded that this isn't just Maverick's world, it's ours. And we have an amazing team behind us every step of the way.
Chapter 29. Maverick. Frank's voice crackles through the phone, excitement palpable even through the static. "Maverick, listen up. I've got an offer." I lean back in my chair, gaze flicking to the city skyline beyond my penthouse windows. "Hit me." "An international league wants you. A year-long contract in Sweden. The money's insane and the exposure, unparalleled." I let out a low whistle. "That's big. It's career-defining, Maverick. You'd be playing with and against some of the best in the world. It's a golden ticket." My mind races, already imagining the possibilities, the prestige, the challenge, the sheer adrenaline of it all. But then a familiar face flashes in my mind. Tyree, her eyes bright with determination as she navigates my chaotic life. "What about Tyree?" I mutter more to myself than to him. "What about her?" Frank's confusion is evident. "She'll understand, won't she? This is huge." I rub my temples, feeling the weight of this decision pressing down on me. "Yeah, she'll understand," I say, though I'm not sure if I'm convincing myself or him. "Think about it, Maverick. I need an answer soon," he presses before hanging up. The line goes dead, and silence fills the room. I get up and pace, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. This opportunity is everything I've worked for, a chance to prove myself on an international stage, but it also means leaving Tyree behind for a year. I hear her humming softly from the kitchen and follow the sound like a lifeline. She's there, focused on preparing dinner, completely unaware of the storm brewing inside me. "Hey," I call out. She looks up with that smile that always manages to disarm me. "Hey yourself." I lean against the doorframe, trying to find the right words. "Got some news." "Oh?" She continues chopping vegetables, but her attention is now fully on me. "An offer came in today," I begin slowly. To play in Sweden for a year. Tyree's eyes widen, her face lighting up with genuine excitement. Sweden? That's amazing, Maverick. This is huge for you. I squeeze her hand. Yeah, it is. But then, as if synchronized, we both share a look of worry. The reality of what this opportunity means sinks in. We've just started building something real together, and now this. Tyree sets down the knife and turns fully to face me. What does this mean for us? I shrug, trying to keep my tone steady. I don't know yet. We need to talk about it. We spend the next few days discussing our options. Tyree's been researching the logistics of opening her own bookshop in Seattle, a dream she's nurtured for years. Her laptop is always within reach, filled with business plans and potential locations. So, if you go to Sweden, she starts one night, what happens to us? To my plans? I run a hand through my hair, frustration gnawing at me. I don't want you to give up on your dreams for me. And I don't want you to miss out on this opportunity, she counters. We go back and forth, weighing our professional ambitions against our personal life. Every pro seems to have an equally heavy con. Maybe we could do long distance? I suggest hesitantly. Tyree bites her lip, considering it. It's not ideal, but it could work. Or, I continue, you could come with me to Sweden. We'd figure out your bookshop plans later. She sighs deeply. But what if later never comes? What if I lose this momentum? I can see the conflict in her eyes. She's always been fiercely independent and driven, qualities that drew me to her in the first place. We could also put things on hold, she says softly, almost afraid of her own words. The thought of being apart from her makes my chest tighten. I don't want to lose you, I admit. And I don't want to lose you either, she whispers back. We sit in silence for a moment, the weight of our decisions hanging heavily between us. I guess there's no easy answer, Tyree finally says. No, I agree quietly. There isn't. And so we continue our nightly discussions, navigating this uncertain terrain together. No decisions yet, just two people trying to figure out how to keep their dreams alive without losing each other in the process. The roar of the crowd still echoes in my ears as I step out of the locker room. We just clinched a massive win, and the adrenaline is still coursing through my veins. My teammates slap my back, shouting congratulations, and the atmosphere is electric with victory. We head out to celebrate, hitting up our usual spot. Drinks flow, laughter rings out, and for a few hours I let myself forget about the decision looming over me. Tyree is there too, her smile lighting up the room. She's always been my anchor, and tonight is no different. As the night winds down, we finally head back to the penthouse. The silence of our home is a stark contrast to the chaos of the bar. I drop my gear by the door and flop onto the couch, exhaustion settling in. Tyree sits next to me, curling up with a blanket. Big night, she says softly. Yeah, I agree, looking at her. But there's something we need to talk about. She nods, her expression turning serious. Sweden. Sweden, I repeat. The word feels heavy between us. I've been thinking, she starts, about what really matters. I take her hand, intertwining our fingers. Me too. She looks at me with those bright green eyes that always seem to see right through me. I don't want us to make decisions out of fear or obligation. Neither do I admit, but I also don't want us to sacrifice everything we've built here. Tyree takes a deep breath. This city, it's become our home. My bookshop plans are here. Our friends are here. And my career, I add. Sure, Sweden's a big opportunity, but there will be other chances if we stay focused and keep working hard. She smiles softly. So you're saying... I'm saying that maybe what we have here is more valuable than chasing something that might not even be right for us, I finish. Tyree's smile widens. I was hoping you'd say that. Relief washes over me as I pull her into a hug. It feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. I love you, I murmur into her hair. I love you, she echoes. We sit there for a while, wrapped up in each other, and the quiet understanding that sometimes the best opportunities are right where you already are. Sitting across from Brody at our favorite steakhouse, I feel a knot of anxiety tightening in my gut. Tyree sits beside me, her hand resting on my thigh under the table, a small but reassuring gesture. Brody cuts into his steak with precision, eyes darting between us. All right, you two. What's the big news? I take a deep breath, squeezing Tyree's hand for support. Brody, we've decided not to take the Sweden offer. His fork hovers midair, eyebrows shooting up. Really? Why? Tyree jumps in before I can respond. We talked it over, and we realized that what we have here is more important. My bookshop plans, Maverick's career here. It all just makes sense to stay. Brody sets his fork down, leaning back in his chair. He studies us both carefully, as if weighing our words. That's a big decision. I nod. It wasn't easy, but Tyree's dreams are just as important as mine. We're a team. Brody's gaze softens a bit. So you're saying you're willing to put her interests alongside yours? Exactly, I reply without hesitation. We've got something good here, and I'm not about to mess that up for an opportunity that might not even be right for us. Tyree adds, we both realize that this city has become our home. We have plans here, friends here. We didn't want to throw all that away. Brody is silent for a moment, and I can see the gears turning in his head. Finally, he lets out a slow breath and nods. You know, he starts slowly, I've always been protective of Tyree. Maybe overly so. He chuckles softly at that. Tyree squeezes my hand again under the table, and I feel a rush of gratitude for her strength. But hearing you two talk about this, I respect it, Brody continues. Putting her interests in line with yours shows you're thinking long-term, thinking about what really matters. Relief washes over me as Brody's words sink in. Thanks, man, I say genuinely. Brody picks up his fork again and gives us a small smile. I gotta admit it, you're a good partner for my sister, Maverick. Tyree beams at me, and for the first time in days, everything feels right again.
Chapter 30. Tyree. The final game of the season pulses with energy. The crowd roaring and chanting. The arena lights flicker, casting shadows that dance across the ice. I sit in the stands, heart pounding with every slap of the puck. Maverick's been unstoppable tonight, as always. But there's something different about his intensity. I can feel it in the air. During a game break, the announcer's voice booms over the loudspeakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the center of the rink. My stomach twists with curiosity. The Jumbotron flickers to life, showing Maverick skating to the middle of the rink, microphone in hand. He's still in his gear, helmet tucked under his arm, sweat glistening on his forehead. The crowd hushes, a palpable anticipation hanging over everyone. Tyree Morrison, he starts, voice steady, but eyes piercing through the sea of faces straight to mine. Can you come down here for a moment? I stand on shaky legs, my friends urging me forward with wide-eyed grins. Navigating down the steps and onto the ice feels surreal, like walking through a dream. Maverick skates over to meet me halfway, taking my hand and guiding me gently to center ice. He drops to one knee, and time seems to freeze. The arena erupts in gasps and cheers. Tyree, he says, eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that makes everything else disappear. You've turned my world upside down in the best way possible. You've shown me what it means to love fiercely and live fully. The crowd quiets again as he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small velvet box. I can't imagine my life without you, he continues, opening the box to reveal a stunning ring that catches every glint of light in the arena. Will you marry me? The world narrows down to Maverick and me. His eyes, those intense blue pools, hold me captive. The ring glistens, a promise of a future I never dared to dream of. Yes, I breathe, my voice shaky but full of certainty. Yes, Maverick, I'll marry you. The arena explodes into cheers and applause, but all I can hear is the thundering of my own heart. Maverick's face breaks into a grin as he slips the ring onto my finger. It fits perfectly, like it was always meant to be there. He stands up, pulling me into a tight embrace. His gear is cold against my cheek, but his warmth seeps through, grounding me in this moment. I love you, he whispers into my ear, his voice raw with emotion. I love you too, I reply, pulling back to look at him. There's so much love and pride in his eyes that it makes my chest ache. He leans in and kisses me, soft and tender at first, then deeper, as if to seal our promise. The crowd's roar grows louder, and when we finally pull apart, both of us are breathless. You sure know how to make a statement. I laugh, still holding on to him, as if letting go would break the spell. Go big or go home, he smirks, that familiar cockiness laced with genuine affection now. The announcer's voice cuts through the noise. Congratulations to Maverick Camden and Tyree Morrison. I turn and wave at the crowd. Faces blur together, but their smiles and cheers are clear as day. My brother and my friends in the stands are jumping up and down, screaming their excitement. It feels like the whole world is celebrating with us. Maverick wraps an arm around my shoulders as he leads me off the ice. As I step off the ice, my heart still racing from the proposal, I turn to Maverick with a mischievous grin. All right, Mr. Camden, I tease, poking him lightly in the chest. You've got the girl. Now make sure you win this game. He smirks, his intense blue eyes sparkling with challenge. Oh, I will. Just watch. I find my seat again, Brody, Sasha, and Gina buzzing around me with excitement and congratulations. The game resumes, and every movement on the ice seems sharper, more electric. Maverick's energy is palpable even from up here. The opposing team is fierce, but Maverick's on fire tonight. He's blocking shots left and right with a precision that leaves the crowd in awe. Every time he makes a save, my heart leaps. The scoreboard ticks down, the game growing more intense by the second. The tension is almost unbearable. I grip the edge of my seat as the final minutes approach. The score is tied. One goal could decide it all. Maverick is a wall in front of the net, his focus unbreakable. The puck flies toward him again and again, but he's there every time, deflecting it with skill that seems almost superhuman. Then it happens. Our team gains control of the puck, speeding down the ice in a blur of motion. The crowd rises to their feet as one of our forwards takes a shot. Time slows as the puck sails toward the goal. It hits the back of the net with a satisfying thud. The arena explodes in cheers. My friends and I are jumping up and down, screaming ourselves hoarse. Maverick raises his arms in victory from his position at the net, then skates over to join his teammates in celebration. I can't take my eyes off him as he basks in the glory of their win. There's a new lightness to his stride, an extra spark that wasn't there before. As he catches my eye from across the ice and winks, I know this night will be one for the books, not just because they won the game, but because we've started our next chapter together with a victory both on and off the ice. The celebration erupts as the final buzzer sounds. I'm swept up in a whirlwind of hugs and cheers from everyone around me. Maverick's team has won, but it feels like our victory too. My heart feels like it's going to burst from all the excitement. Maverick skates over, still grinning from ear to ear, and lifts me off my feet in a triumphant hug. You ready for round 2? He asks, eyes twinkling with mischief. I laugh, nodding eagerly. Absolutely. We make our way to the locker room, where Mavericks organized a surprise celebration. Tables are laden with champagne bottles and platters of gourmet snacks. The air is thick with the scent of victory and joy. As we enter, his teammates cheer again, clapping Maverick on the back and giving me warm congratulations. Someone pops a champagne cork, and bubbly streams into glasses. Maverick hands me a flute filled to the brim with sparkling liquid. "To us," he says, raising his glass. "To us," I echo, clinking mine against his. We take a sip, the bubbles tickling my nose as I bask in the happiness of the moment. It feels surreal, like stepping into a fairy tale where everything is perfect and magical. I glance down at my hand, where the diamond on my ring catches the light in a dazzling display. I can't help but giggle, shaking my head slightly. "What's so funny?" Maverick asks, eyebrows raised. "This diamond," I say, holding up my hand for him to see better. "It's ridiculous. Were you trying to blind me?" He laughs heartily, pulling me closer with an arm around my waist. "Only the best for you," he replies, his tone both teasing and sincere. "Well, mission accomplished," I say with a playful roll of my eyes. I'm definitely blinded by happiness right now. Maverick leans in to kiss me softly on the forehead before taking another sip of champagne. His presence is grounding, making this moment feel all the more real. We spend the next hour mingling with his teammates and their partners, laughter and joy filling every corner of the room. Maverick keeps me close by his side, always introducing me as his fiancée with an unmistakable pride in his voice. Every time I hear him say it, fiancé, my heart skips a beat. The word feels new and exciting to my ears, but also deeply right. In the midst of the celebration, I find myself drifting into a daydream of our future, the noise around me fading into a soft hum. I picture us waking up in our cozy home, sunlight streaming through the windows as Maverick pulls me close for a lazy morning cuddle. I imagine weekend getaways to charming little towns or remote cabins, just the two of us escaping the world for a while. I see myself at his games, cheering him on from the stands, our eyes meeting in silent communication that speaks volumes about our love and support for each other. I imagine helping him navigate his career, balancing schedules, and handling media inquiries with a confidence that's grown over time. There's an image of us hosting dinners at our place, laughter filling the air as friends and family gather around. Maverick would be in charge of the grill, his competitive nature extending to perfecting every dish. I'd be there beside him, adding my own quirky touches to the menu. Then there's the thought of us starting a family, little ones running around, their giggles blending with Maverick's hearty laughter as he chases them through the house. I can almost feel his hand resting on my belly as we wait for our first child together, his eyes filled with a tenderness reserved only for those precious moments. My heart swells with each scene playing out in my mind. It feels like a dream, too good to be true, yet here we are. A tap on my shoulder pulls me back to reality. Maverick is looking at me with that knowing smile. "Lost in thought?" he asks, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Just daydreaming about our future," I admit with a shy grin. He leans in closer, his breath warm against my ear. "It's going to be even better than you imagine," he promises. I smile up at him, believing every word. In this moment, surrounded by celebration and love, anything seems possible.
Chapter 31. Maverick. Tyree's fingers trace the edge of a glossy bridal magazine, her bright green eyes sparkling with excitement. "What if we have the ceremony on the ice?" she asks, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. I lean back in my chair, crossing my arms over my chest. "You want us to get married where I block pucks for a living?" She laughs, a sound that always manages to melt the edges of my usual stoicism. "Why not? It's where you shine, where you're most you. Plus, it's unconventional, just like us." A grin tugs at the corner of my mouth. You might be onto something there, but we'll need to make it more than just a rink. It needs to feel special. Her eyes light up with ideas. We could transform it with lights, flowers, and maybe even a live band. The idea starts to grow on me. I picture the rink bathed in soft light, flowers lining the edges, and our family seated close by. The team in their suits, standing by as an impromptu honor guard. All right, I say, nodding slowly. We'll do it on the ice, but let's make sure it's something everyone will remember. Tyree beams at me and reaches for her phone. I need to call my brother and get him on board. As she dials Brody's number, I start mentally ticking off all the people who need to be involved. My coach, my teammates, their families. This isn't just a wedding. It's going to be a massive event. The phone call goes smoothly. Brody's as enthusiastic as Tyree about the idea. After she hangs up, we start sketching out more details. How about we have each table themed around different moments from our lives? Tyree suggests, her eyes shining with creativity. Like our childhood prank table, I add with a chuckle. Exactly. And one for your first game, one for when I move to the city. The list grows longer as we toss around ideas, each one adding another layer to our unique celebration. I grab my own phone and call Andy. Hey, Coach, I say once he picks up. I need your help planning something big. Does this have anything to do with a certain wedding? He asks knowingly. Yeah, I admit. We're thinking of doing it on the ice. There's a pause before he speaks again, but when he does, his voice is filled with warmth. You've got my full support. As I hang up, Tyree gives me a questioning look. We've got the coach on board, I say with a grin. She jumps up and hugs me tightly. This is going to be perfect. And just like that, our wedding starts taking shape. A celebration that's as unique and memorable as our journey together has been so far. The rink, usually a battlefield of sweat and adrenaline, has been transformed. Lights twinkle above, casting a soft glow over the ice. Flowers line the carpet that stretches across the rink, leading to where I stand, heart pounding in my chest. I adjust my tie for what feels like the 100th time, my palms sweating despite the cold air. My teammates stand beside me, looking more like bodyguards than groomsmen in their sharp suits. And then the music starts. I look up, and there she is. Brody walks Tyree over the carpet, her ivory dress flowing around her like a dream. She moves gracefully, her eyes locked onto mine. Every step she takes sends a wave of emotions crashing over me. Her hair is styled elegantly, her bright green eyes filled with excitement. As she gets closer, I can see every detail, the intricate lace of her dress, the delicate sparkle of her earrings, and the soft smile playing on her lips. She looks like she stepped out of a fairy tale. The moment she reaches me, everything else fades away. It's just us. My fingers find hers, and I squeeze her hand gently. Hey, she whispers softly. Hey, I reply, my voice barely more than a breath. You look incredible. Her smile widens and she leans in slightly. You clean up pretty well yourself. The officiant clears his throat softly to get our attention, and we both turn to face him sheepishly, though I can't help stealing glances at Tyree every few seconds. We are gathered here today to celebrate the union of Maverick and Tyree, the officiant begins, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous rink. Their journey has been filled with challenges and triumphs, and today they will pledge their love and support for one another. Tyree takes a deep breath, her fingers tightening around mine. She looks up at me, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Maverick, she begins, her voice steady despite the tears threatening to spill over. From the moment we reconnected, I knew my life would never be the same. You've pushed me out of my comfort zone, challenged me and made me stronger. But more than that, you've shown me what it means to be truly loved and supported. Her words hit me hard, a lump forming in my throat. I never thought I'd be standing here, hearing such heartfelt words directed at me. I promise to stand by you, she continues, her voice gaining strength. In victories and defeats, in moments of doubt and moments of triumph, I will be your biggest fan, your confidant, and your partner in all things. Together we can face anything. I squeeze her hand gently before it's my turn to speak. I clear my throat, trying to find my voice. Tyree, I start, my voice rough with emotion. You came into my life like a whirlwind, turning everything upside down in the best way possible. You saw through my walls and brought out a side of me I didn't even know existed. I take a deep breath, focusing on the depth of her green eyes. I promise to protect you, I say firmly, to cherish you and support you in all your dreams. Through every challenge we face, I'll be right there beside you. You're not just my partner. You're my equal, my muse. She smiles up at me, her eyes shining with tears. We've been through a lot, I continue, but every struggle has only made us stronger. And today, I promise you this, no matter what comes our way, we'll face it together. The officiant nods approvingly as he steps forward again. With these vows exchanged, he says with warmth in his voice, you have declared your commitment to each other before these witnesses. May your love continue to grow and flourish. The officiant's voice booms through the rink. You may kiss the bride. I don't need to be told twice. I pull Tyree close, feeling the warmth of her body against mine. Her eyes sparkle with joy, and I can't help but grin before pressing my lips to hers. The crowd erupts into cheers and applause, but all I can focus on is her. Without breaking the kiss, I slide my arm around her waist and dip her back. She giggles against my lips, and it's the sweetest sound in the world. We pull apart just enough to look at each other, breathless and grinning like fools. I love you, she whispers. Love you more, I reply, straightening us up as our friends and family continue to cheer. After the ceremony, we mingle with our guests for a bit, before I gently tug Tyree's hand, leading her away from the crowd. Come with me, I say, excitement bubbling inside me. What's this about? She asks, curiosity lighting up her face. You'll see, I reply with a smirk. I guide her to a quiet corner of the rink where a small table is set up. On it lies an envelope. I pick it up and hand it to her. What's this? She asks, eyeing me suspiciously before opening it. Just open it. She pulls out the papers inside and scans them quickly. Her eyes widen in surprise as she looks up at me. Is this? It's the deed to a commercial property, I explain. A place for your bookshop. Tears well up in her eyes as she stares at me in disbelief. Maverick, are you serious? Absolutely, I say, pulling her into a hug. I know how much this dream means to you, and I want us to build our dreams together. She clutches the papers to her chest, tears streaming down her face as she smiles up at me. Thank you, she whispers, voice thick with emotion. I wipe away her tears with my thumb and press a gentle kiss to her forehead. Our future is just beginning, I say softly. Hand in hand, we turn to face our guests again, but my mind is already racing ahead, thinking about all the adventures we'll have together, the dreams we'll realize side by side. With Tyree by my side, I know anything is possible. Together we step forward into our future filled with love and endless possibilities.
Chapter 32. Tyree. The moment I step off the private jet, my breath catches in my throat. The island stretches before us like a dream, palm trees swaying lazily in the breeze, crystal clear waters lapping gently at the white sandy shore. Maverick's hand tightens around mine, grounding me in this surreal moment. Welcome to our honeymoon, he murmurs, a rare softness in his voice that sends a thrill through me. I glance up at him, my heart swelling. This is incredible. We're escorted to our cabin on the beach, and I feel like I've stepped into a fairy tale. The structure is modern yet cozy, with large windows offering panoramic views of the ocean. As we walk through the front door, I notice every detail exudes luxury, from the plush furniture to the tasteful decor. Mav, this place, My voice trails off as I take in the hot tub on the deck and the private pool glistening under the sun. It's perfect. He grins, looking more relaxed than I've ever seen him. I'm glad you like it. I can't help but smile back, feeling a warmth that has nothing to do with the tropical climate. We explore further, finding a spacious bedroom with an enormous bed draped in soft linens and a bathroom that tops any five-star hotel. Maverick slides open the glass doors leading to our private deck. Fancy a dip? I laugh, shaking my head. How do you always know exactly what I need? He winks at me. Magic. As we change into our swimwear and step into the warm water of the hot tub, I let out a contented sigh. The tension from our hectic lives back home melts away, leaving only peace and joy. This is heaven, I whisper, leaning against Maverick's strong chest. His arms wrap around me securely. You deserve it all, Tyree. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, listening to the gentle sounds of nature around us. The rustling leaves, distant waves crashing softly on shore. I still can't believe we're married, I say after some time, turning to look at him. He brushes a strand of hair from my face, his eyes tender. Believe it, Mrs. Camden. The sound of my new name sends a thrill through me. Our honeymoon has just begun, but already it feels like we've found our own little piece of paradise here on this island. With a smile, I lean in and kiss Maverick sweetly. His lips are warm and familiar, sending shivers down my spine. When we finally pull apart, the world around us seems even more vibrant. Let's not waste this view, he says, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Hand in hand, we walk down to the beach where a table for two awaits us. It's set up under a canopy of fairy lights that cast a soft glow on the pristine sand. The setting sun paints the sky in hues of pink and orange, reflecting off the water like liquid fire. We take our seats, and I marvel at how perfectly everything is arranged. A chilled bottle of champagne sits in an ice bucket, and the table is adorned with fresh flowers and candles flickering gently in the breeze. This is amazing, I whisper, feeling like I'm living in one of my own daydreams. Maverick pours us each a glass of champagne and raises his in a toast. To our future. To our future, I echo, clinking my glass against his. As we sip our drinks, a waiter appears with our first course, an exquisite seafood platter that smells heavenly. We dig in, savoring every bite as we talk and laugh under the stars. The food is incredible, each dish more delicious than the last. We share stories from our past, reminiscing about childhood pranks and high school antics. It feels like no time has passed since those days, even though so much has changed. Remember when you and Brody convinced me that haunted house was real? I ask, chuckling at the memory. Maverick laughs, shaking his head. You were so scared. I felt bad afterward. I smile at him, feeling a warmth that has nothing to do with the tropical night air. Well, you made up for it with this dinner. He reaches across the table to take my hand, his thumb brushing gently over my knuckles. I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you if I have to. The sincerity in his voice makes my heart swell with love. We continue eating and talking until our plates are empty and our glasses are refilled. After dessert, a decadent caramel cheesecake, we sit back, content and happy. The night air is cool now, but Maverick's presence keeps me warm as we watch the waves roll in under the moonlight. This moment feels timeless, like something out of a storybook. And as I look into Maverick's eyes, I know that this is only the beginning of our adventure together. Maverick's eyes darken, and I see the intensity in them that always sends a shiver down my spine. Tyree, you shouldn't look at me like that in public, he growls, his voice low and rough. I can't help but laugh, the sound carrying on the breeze. What are you going to do about it, Mr. Camden? His grip on my hand tightens, and he stands up abruptly. "Come on," he says, pulling me to my feet with a determined look. We leave the table behind, the remnants of our perfect dinner forgotten, as we make our way back to the cabin. The anticipation crackles between us like static electricity, every step heightening my awareness of him. As soon as we're inside, Maverick doesn't waste any time. He pushes me gently against the wall, his hands framing my face as he kisses me deeply. The world outside fades away, leaving only the two of us in this bubble of desire and love. His lips trail down my neck, leaving a burning path in their wake. "You drive me crazy," he murmurs against my skin. I tug at his shirt, desperate to feel his warmth against me. "Show me," I whisper back. With a swift motion, he lifts me up and carries me to the bedroom. The door swings shut behind us with a soft thud, sealing us in our private sanctuary. Maverick lays me down on the bed, his eyes roaming over me with a hunger that makes my heart race. He leans in close, his breath hot against my ear as he whispers, "You're mine." I know you want to see how this night ends, but YouTube won't allow it. Find the unabridged version of this audiobook on vixavonromance.com and never miss another spicy scene. With promo code VIXA40, you can even score Don't Give a Puck and more for 40% off. Now, that sounds like my kind of happily ever after. We collapse together on the bed, breathless and sated. He pulls me close, wrapping his arms around me protectively. "I love you," he whispers against my hair, his voice tender, despite the raw passion we just shared. "I love you too," I reply softly, feeling a sense of completeness that I've never known before.